വരെയാ പറഞ്ഞ? റിലേഷൻസ് വരെയല്ലേ പറഞ്ഞു? ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിളൂടെ പറഞ്ഞല്ലേ? ഡൊമൈൻ്റെ റേഞ്ചിനെ കുറിച്ച്. ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ, അടുത്ത ഹെഡിങ് എഴുതുക. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഹെഡിങ്. റൈറ്റ് ദ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഹെഡിങ്. Write the next heading, functions. Give it to Indira. Okay. Hello, hello. Please stop talking. What is it? Give a heading, functions. 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 So listen very carefully. Hello. Stop talking, guys. Listen carefully. Functions is also a kind of relation. Okay. It is also known as mapping. It is also called as mapping. So let's understand what is the kind of relation we are looking for. Okay. So it is a kind of relation where every element of the first set, basically every relation is defined from a particular set to another particular set, right? What is the meaning of a relation from A to B? Yesterday I told you what is a relation from A to B. Relation from A to B is a subset of, അടുത്ത ദിവസം തൊട്ട് പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വരണം കേട്ടാ, ഇല്ല ഇത് പിന്നൊന്നും മനസ്സിലാകില്ല. What is a relation from A to B? It is a subset of A cross B. Okay, it is a subset of A cross B. So what is the number of relations? 2 raised to n of A into n of B, right? So basically function is a kind of relation where every element of the first set has only one image in the second set. So that is the definition. Okay, every element in the first set has only one image in the second set. What is image? What is image? Second elements, right? I mean the second elements are images. And the collection of second elements, what is it known? Set of second elements. What is the set of second elements? Range. What is the second set known as? Second set, codomain. First elements, set of first elements, domain. All these ideas are reflected here as well. So basically this is a relation where every element of the first set has only one image in the second set, and that image should be unique. I mean every element should have an image and it should be a unique image. So for example, if I am writing a relation from A to B, let A be 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, B as 5, 6, 7. Okay, I am writing a couple of relations and we need to check if it is function or not. The first one will be 1, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5, 2, 6, 4, 7. Let this be one relation R1, another relation R2, 1, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5. Another relation R3, 1, 6, 2, 7, 3, 5. Can you tell me, according to the definition, out of these three relations, which one are functions? So definition is very simple. Every element of the first set should have only one image in the second set. So every element should have only one image and it should be unique. So just analyze one by one. So is R1 a function or not? That's a question. So the first criterion is every element should have an image, right? Every element should have an image. So basically here we can see every element has an image. 1 has an image, 2 has an image, 3 has an image and 4 has an image, right? So first criterion is satisfied. What is the next criterion? Only one image. It should have only one image. So that is being violated here. See here 2 has two different images. What are the different images for 2? 2 has 5 as image and 2 has 6 as image. But the definition is it should have only one image. So basically this is not a function. Got the idea? This is not a function. So function should satisfy both of these conditions. Every element should have an image and that image should be unique. Got the idea? Only one image should be there. So this is not a function. What is the reason? Because 2, 5 and 2, 6 exist. That is two different images for 2, right? Two different images for 2. That is not possible. Next, analyze the next one and tell me if it is a function or not. Second is not a function. Why? Second is a, I mean, those who are against the statement, second one is a function. Please raise your hands. So, those who are agreeing to second one is a function, please raise your hand. Second one is a function. Those who are saying second one is a function. Okay, fine. Not a function, the other guys are saying not a function or no opinion. Those who are saying not a function, please raise your hands. Only one. Only one. So why it is not a function? Which criteria, which statement is violated here? That we want to understand, right? So that's why I'm asking. Which criteria is not violated here? Is that a problem? I mean, image is repeated everywhere. Is that a problem? I'm asking. The definition is simple. Every element should have an image. So every element is having an image, right? And every element should have a unique image. So one has a unique image. One doesn't have another images, right? One has 5 as image. 2 has a unique image. That is 5. That's fine. 3 has also a unique image. 4 also has a unique image. The image isn't repeated. So this is a function. Got the idea? So two criterion you have to check. Every element has an image and the image should be unique. If there is another ordered pair 1, 6, then it would be violated. Got the idea? So this is a function. This is a function. So you have to understand the concept. This is a function. Why it is a function? Every element has an image and the image is unique. It is not repeated. So that's the criterion. Now please check the next one. Is it a function or not? Those who are agreeing, this is a function. This is a function. You are saying this is a function. Function. Okay, those who are saying it's not a function. Why it's not a function? Can you tell me? Exactly. Every element should have an image. Every element in the first set should have an image. 4 doesn't have an image in R3. 4 doesn't have an image. Every element in the first set should have an image. That's the condition. So every element should have an image. Here, where is the image of 4? Image of 4 is not present, right? So this is not a function. Got the idea? There is no image for 4, so this is not a function. So this is not a function because no image for 4. Got the concept? Okay. So tell me. Sorry? If domain repeats, that's a rigorous statement. You have to explain what do you mean. Domain repeats in the sense, if the first element repeats, that's yeah. If that is the statement, it is not a function. Yeah. And every element should have an image. That is also the condition. Okay. So we can write a statement. Okay. Have you written the definition or not? Written the definition. Just write one more statement. A relation will be a function. A relation will be a function if and only if a relation will be a function if and only if no two ordered pairs two ordered pairs have the same first component. No two ordered pairs have the same first component. That is also a correct statement, right? If I am taking any two ordered pairs, and if that two ordered pairs have the same first component, it is not a function. Same first component means that two different images are there, right? If two ordered pairs have same first component, what is the meaning? It has two different images. So basically, not two ordered pairs have the same first component, then it is a function. Got the idea? No two ordered pairs have the same first component. That is an alternate definition for function. So basically, you have to check these conditions. Every element should have an image, and the image should be unique. Okay. Now we will draw some arrow diagrams. So you have to answer if it is a function or not. That's it. Okay. Have you written these examples and the reasoning completed? Okay. So out of these, which are functions, which are not functions? Is the first one a function or not? No. Why? One has two images. It is not a function. So basically, in arrow diagram, from a single point, no two arrows should originate, right? If two arrows originate from a single point, then it is not a function. So the first one is not a function. So what about the second one? Not a function. Why? 4 has no image. So what about the third one? Function or not? This is a function. Every element has an image and the image is 2. That's fine. That is unique. So what about the next case? Not a function. Why? Because 2 has two different images. Just draw these as examples. That's fine. So understand and learn the definition right here. Okay. Give the reasoning. You can name as well. I didn't put the name everywhere. Yes. Once you complete, let me know. Not mine. Whose phone is ringing? From here? No, this is the mic. This is the phone. I think it's from here. Ah, that's a possibility, right? Ah, no, so not really. Maybe from not this phone. This phone is silent. Ah, anyways, leave it. It will ring again, right? Here, see, you can. It's on silent. It won't ring. Maybe some sound. Okay. Now write a heading: domain, codomain, and range of a function. Domain, codomain, and range of a function. So I will be writing function like this from now on. No, it's from here. In this, there is. See, there is not even a notification. Alarm. No, I don't set alarm in here. I put in silent mode. Let's see what it is. So, can you guys tell me what is the domain of a function? Domain is basically a set of first elements. So in here, for functions, there is one criteria. For function, every element should have an image, right? So basically, in the case of function, the domain will be the first set only. Got the idea? Domain will be the first set only. Why? Because every element should have an image. Every element should have an image. So domain is basically the first set. Got the idea? Domain will be the first set. So domain is set of first elements, just like in relation. Domain is set of first elements. Hello. Domain is set of first elements. But in the definition of function, what is the definition? Every element should have a image, and that image should be unique, right? So every element, that's the first statement. So every element in the first set should have an image. So basically in function, every element in the first set should be there. So domain should be first set. Didn't get the idea? Simple idea, right? So here, if it's a function, every element should have an image. So basically domain should contain every element, right, in the first set. So basically domain will be the first set only. That's it. So that's the difference. But in the case of every relation, it is not like that. In the case of relation, maybe it should be the subset of domain. But it is not mandatory in the case of relations, but in here it will be mandatory that the domain will be the first set only. Got the idea? So you can give in bracket, in case of function, domain is equal to first set. Domain is equal to the first set. Now, what about range? Just like the definition of range, it will be the collection of second elements. Okay, it is a set of second elements. No change in that. It will be the set of second elements. Range is the set of second elements. Okay, and codomain is also the same. What is codomain? What was codomain in the case of range? What was codomain? What was codomain? What was codomain? The second set. The same will be applied here. So codomain is the second set. Okay, so only one difference here. Only one single difference here. Domain will be exactly the first set. That's the only difference. Okay, otherwise all are same. Domain will be the first set in the case of function. In the case of relation, it is not necessary. That's the difference. So just like relation, we have defined relation like this, R, and we put a full colon from A to B. Just like that, for functions we are representing like this. We are mainly using small letters for representing functions. So you can write F, put the full colon, from A to B you can write like that. We will be using small letters in the case of functions. That's the only difference. No, it can be subset of a set. Forgot. So if A is 1, 2, 3, 4, B is set to 1, 2, I can write a relation like this, R equal to 1, 1, 1, 2. This is a relation. Here the domain is only set to 1. Right? It is actually a subset of, it is not a function. Why it is not? It should have image, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 should have image. Then only it will be a function. So here the domain will be, for this relation the domain will be only set to 1. But for a function, the domain will be set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Because every element should have an image. So that's the difference. Yeah, every element, that is the first set. First set only, that's the idea. Okay, so this is the definition. Likewise, we can represent function from A to B. So basically the first set and the second set. So it will be a subset of A cross B, likewise you can say. Okay. And we are using many small letters, maybe G is used, maybe H is used, all small letters are used for functions. For relations, capital letters are used. That is a convention, not a rule. It's a convention that we are following, that's it. Okay, just note it down as well. Conventionally, we are using small letters for representing functions. Okay. So, now my question is, how many functions will be possible from A to B? If the number of elements in A is n of A and number of elements in B is n of B, what is the number of functions possible? That's the question. What is the number of functions possible from A to B? The number of elements in A is n of A and number of elements in B is n of B. That's the question. You can think and... No, what is the number of relation? 2 to the power of n of A into n of B is the relation. It will contain all the different subsets. It will contain the relations which are not even functions. I am asking you how many functions would be there? N of A into n of B will be the number of elements in A cross B. Think and answer. It should be a function. You have to think about the condition of function. That's it. You have to get a function. I think you can figure it out. Suppose there are, let this be A, let this be B. Maybe n of A we can take it as M. N of B we can take it as N. Okay, for understanding. Sorry, 2 to the power of? Why Na plus Nb? What is the logic behind it? No, that's, you have to say some logic, right? You have to have some idea. 2 to the power of n of b is the number of subsets of b. So how it is related to function? I need a logical connection, that's it. A is? No. So if A is having like 1, 2, 3, let this be the elements, up to m, there are m elements. And here is 1, 2, 3, etc. n elements. I'm just asking how many functions are possible. Think about the definition of functions, that's it. What is the definition of function? Every element should have an image. That's the first definition. Right. Every element should have an image. That's the first definition. And that image should be unique. So if I'm thinking about the first element, 1. If I'm thinking about 1, how many images can 1 have? Number of images possible. I mean, it can have 1 as image or 2 as image or 3 as image. Likewise, n possibilities are there, right? One can take n elements as image. Can. That is the number of possibilities, right? Got the idea? What about the second element 2? No, there also some mistake is there. So just simple concept. One can have n different images. There is n possibilities to have images. What about 2? How many possibilities are there? Not n minus 1. Why n minus 1? It has also n possibility. 1 can have 1 as image and 2 can also have 1 as image. That is not a problem, right? So 2 has also n possibilities. Am I correct or what? 3 has also n possibilities. 4 has also n possibilities. Likewise, all the m elements should have m possibilities, right? All the m elements can have n possibilities. So basically, what will be the answer? You can take n times n times n. The answer would be n power m. That will be the number of functions. Okay. We use the same concept. We use the same concept to find the number of subsets. I explained the idea for finding the subsets, right? So to find the subsets, what did we do? 1, 2, 3. These are the elements. One can have two possibilities. It can be either present in the subset or absent in the subset, right? 2 can be also present in subset or absent. So 1 can have two possibility, 2 can have two possibility, 3 can have two possibility, total 2 power 3. That is the number of subset. Same idea here. 1 can have n possibility, 2 can have n possibility, 3 can have n possibility. Likewise, it will be n times n times n. How many times I have to multiply n? That's the question. M times, because there is only m elements here. So basically the answer will be n power m. Got the idea? This is permutation idea only. Multiplication theorem in permutation. So from that idea you will be getting the number of functions. So please note it down. The number of functions possible from A to B. The number of functions possible from A to B. Will be equal to n of B raised to n of A. Number of elements in the second set raised to number of elements in the first set. So that will be the number of functions possible. Okay. So while learning permutation, you will be learning these ideas again as well. No worries. Now, basically, where are these functions used? What is the use of function? What is the use of learning any of these ideas? Why? Just for fun, we are learning. Graphs. That's a idea for representing. You have started learning kinematics, right? You are no. Maybe in 10th class you will be drawing graphs relating between velocity and distance and etc. Graphs are drawn. So basically we can represent functions also using graph. That's one of the application. Now other application, what are the other application of functions? Basically it is industrial. For example, if there is a car manufacturing station or a factory like that, certain instruments are given certain code to move like this or to do certain work like in a particular order, right? It is actually basically programmed based on functions. It will be given a particular input and it should perform particular process and it should be given an output. Just like a CPU. If you are giving an input, it will be doing some process and it will be giving an output. For example, how calculator works is also the same way. We are giving couple of inputs separated by plus. If we are giving 2 plus 3 plus 4 into a calculator, and if we are plusing equal to, what is happening is the function is running and we will be getting an output. The sum of these values will be the output. Just like computer science is basically each and every functions. It is called as function. You will learn it. Okay. Each and every different processes are termed as functions. It is just like that. So basically for functions there should be an input, there should be some processing and there should be an output. So basically, if f is a function, we'll be giving an input. The input will be obviously the first element. Input will be the first element, and that function processes it, and we will get an output. And that output will be the second element, that is y. If that is ordered pair xy, x is the input, it will process, the function will process, and we will get an output as y. So basically, y is also called as f of x, the function of x. Okay, so y is also known as f of x. That is the output when we put x into a function. So for example, if I am defining like this, if a function is defined like this, 2x plus 3, a function is defined like this, 2x plus 3, then if I am putting different values for x, if I am putting x equal to 1, then the meaning is that the value is f of 1, right? I am putting x as 1, and you will be getting an output as 5. So basically the input is given here, 1 is given as the input. This function will process it, and we will get an output as 5. So basically this element will exist as 1, 5. Got the idea? If I am putting x equal to 2, then the function will process it, f of 2. F of 2 means that we put the value of x here as 2. So the value will be equal to 7. So I will get an output like this, 2, 7. That's basically function. So based on this idea, function is also represented like f of x. The second element is represented as f of x. So basically the elements will be x, y. Now y can also be represented as what? F of x. Why? Because x is being put as the input and it is processed, and we will be getting an output. So based on those idea, we are representing y as f of x. The second element as f of x. So that's why the second element is called the image of the first element. Yesterday I told that idea. So y is called image of x. If there is ordered pair xy, y is called the image of x. And also x is called the pre-image of y. X is called pre-image of y. So basically when we are dealing with functions from now on, we will be having some definition like this. So based on the definition, we will be getting infinite amounts of ordered pairs. We will be representing or plotting them on graphs on the xy plane. Why I am using xy plane? Because there is only 2 coordinates, right? This is an ordered pair. I told you the meaning of ordered pair. Ordered pair is just points on the 2D plane. So we will be representing graphs as well. Each and every function will be having a domain, and it will be having a range as well. Okay. So, and also we should be sure that it is a function. That's also another criteria. So you can just note these 2 points. The second element is also called, you can write a statement like this. The second element is also called the second element, and in the bracket you can give y. The second element is also called image of the first element. Second element is also called image of the first element. For an ordered pair xy, for an ordered pair x, y, for an ordered pair x, y, y is the image of x, y is the image of x, and x is the pre-image of y. Y is the image of x, and x is the pre-image of y. So these are some representations and ideas. Okay, that's it. In the next sentence you can write y is also represented as f of x. Y is also represented as f of x. If f is the function only. Okay, if f is the function only, then f of x. If the function is g, then y will be g of x. If the function is h, then y will be h of x. Likewise. So whatever it is, we can represent like this. Why? Because we are giving an input, and when we process the input, we will be getting an output as y. That's the only reason. Okay. Now, my question is, I am just randomly drawing a graph. Okay, just randomly drawing a graph. Just a random graph. My question is it a function or not? This is the x-axis. You know that x dash x. This is the y-axis. I will be drawing two graphs. So I need a reasoning as well. Why it is not a function? Why it is a function? So what does that mean? So what is it? Both are functions. First one is not function. There is no different two answers, not two answers in mathematics. Only one answer. I got your answer. That's correct. See, both of these are. I have drawn two graphs. That's it. I just want a reasoning. If the both of them are function or not. That's my only question. Based on your understanding, what? First one. Not necessarily. Why can't I write y equal to something? It can also be drawn like that, right? So, your name? Arjun. He has given a reasoning. Some vertical line can be drawn and intersection you have told me. What is the logic behind it? Exactly. So, my only question is, in a function there is x comma y ordered pairs like this, right? So basically the only condition is for every x there should be only one y. For every x there should be only one y. So my question is, if I am taking a point like this here, let this be x1. Okay. If I am trying to plot the images means that when I put this x1 value into this function, we will be getting certain y values. So basically when you put x1 here, just means that when you draw a line like this, there will be ordered pair starting with x1 here, obviously, right? Because this is the x coordinate, it will be starting with x1. And it will be x1 comma y1 will be there. And here there will be also another ordered pair x1 comma some y2. We don't know what is y2, just some y2 will be there. There will be another ordered pair x1 comma y3 as well. So basically this means that x1 has three different images here. No. For a function, basically the input is x, right? For a function, the input is x. So you have to think about x. So when you put an x1 as input, we will be getting three different ordered pairs, which means that we will be getting three different images. So basically this is not a function. But what is the difference for this one? Yeah, if we take any x, there will be only one y. I mean, if you are drawing vertical line anywhere, it won't intersect more than one point. It will be intersecting at only one point. For example, if this is x1, you will be getting a y1 here. If this is x2, there will be a y2. This is x3, there will be a y3. Got the idea? So basically, when you see a graph, hello, listen to me. Basically, when you see a graph, and to check if it is a function or not, the only thing you have to do is draw vertical line, and if it intersects more than one point, it is not a function. No, I have specified like this, up to here. Yeah, from my figure you have to tell me. See, obviously I can't draw a graph for true real numbers, right? I can't draw for full real numbers. I can draw up to here. There is limitations. Even computers can't draw. There is a possibility for drawing a graph, right? I can't plot up to 1 lakh or 10 lakh. I can't plot like that. I can just give the intuition of a shape. That's it. So from this shape, you have to analyze that from this x1 there will be three different y1s. So there will not be, it will not be a function because there is three different images for the same x1. That is not a condition for function. So for a function, obviously, for a particular x1 there should be a unique y1. So that's represented here. Here when you are looking for an x1, there is only one y1. Got the idea? So the graphs we are learning, I mean not the graphs, circle for example, if I am talking about circle, is circle a function or not? Is circle a function or not? Just a question. Circle is not a function. Why? If I'm drawing a circle, like this, and if I'm plotting it on a graph, for an x1, we'll be getting two different y1s, right? Circle will not be a function. It can be a function of y, but I'm talking about just function of x, that's it. Okay, and in real numbers, basically we'll be talking about functions of x. Functions of y is taken only on rare cases. That we will be learning in second year under integration only, after integration. Yes, why not? Y എന്തുകൊണ്ട് എടുക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണോ? X is basically നമുക്ക് ഇൻപുട്ട് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് X ന്നാണ്. ആ ഒരു ഐഡിയ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ എല്ലാ കൺസെപ്റ്റുകളും പറയുക. അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. Y എടുക്കാൻ പാടില്ല എന്നൊന്നുമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഗ്രാഫിന്റെ ഷേപ്പ് മാറിപ്പോകുന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ X ആക്സിസ് അല്ല ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. Y ആക്സിസ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. Y ആ ഇൻപുട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഗ്രാഫ് നമ്മൾ എങ്ങനെ ഒന്ന് നോക്കണം? ഈ ഷേപ്പ് വേണം ഗ്രാഫ് നോക്കാൻ. അത് നമുക്ക് പെർസീവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടായിരിക്കും. ഒരു ഗ്രാഫ് എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നേരെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ Y വെർട്ടിക്കലും X ഹൊറിസോണ്ടലും ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ എക്സിനനുസരിച്ചുള്ള വൈയുടെ ചേഞ്ച് ആണ് നമുക്ക് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ എളുപ്പം, അവർ കൺവീനിയൻസ്. അപ്പോൾ വൈ ആണ് നമ്മൾ ഇട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്നതെങ്കിൽ എക്സ് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ വി ഹാവ് ടു കീപ് ദ ഗ്രാഫ് ലൈക്ക് ദിസ്. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് പ്രോബ്ലം ഫോർ എവറി കേസ്. ദാറ്റ്സ് വൈ ഓൾവേസ് ദ ഇൻപുട്ട് ഈസ് എക്സ് ആൻഡ് ദ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ഈസ് വൈ. അത്ര ലോജിക് വൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്, നത്തിങ് എൽസ്. ഈ ഐഡിയ മനസ്സിലായോ? വെർട്ടിക്കൽ ലൈൻ്റെ ഐഡിയ മനസ്സിലായോ? വൈ വെർട്ടിക്കൽ ലൈൻ മേക്സ് ഓർ ഡിറ്റർമൈൻസ് വെദർ എ പർട്ടിക്കുലർ കർവ് ഈസ് ഫംഗ്ഷൻ ഓർ നോട്ട്. അപ്പൊ സർക്കിൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ഫംഗ്ഷൻ അല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു എന്നുള്ള ലോജിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായോ? അപ്പൊ എന്തുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കും? വൈ സർക്കിൾ ഈസ് നോട്ട് എ ഫംഗ്ഷൻ? Because when I draw circle, obviously when I draw a vertical line, it will intersect at 2 points, right? It will intersect at 2 points when you draw a vertical line. Is that not clear or what? No. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. When you plot that graph, good question. You are asking x square plus y square equal to r square, right? So it is basically, it means that it is just the distance formula. So root of x minus 0 the whole square plus y minus 0 the whole square equal to r. That is the idea. So when you square it, you will be getting x square plus y square equal to r square. That is distance from origin to a particular point is a constant. So this is a circle centered at origin, like this. We will be getting a structure like this. But this is not a function. That's what I am saying. This is a graph. We can plot the graph. This is a relation. This is not a function. This is not a function. We can draw the graph. That's fine. We can draw the graph. But the thing is that it is not a function. That's what I am saying. So when you take a particular point like this, for example, if I am considering x square plus y square equal to 4. For example, listen to me. Hello. X square plus y square equal to 4. And if I am taking a point x equal to root 2. If I am taking x equal to root 2, then it will be 2 plus y square equal to 4. So y square equal to 2, right? So y can be plus or minus root 2. So for this particular x, how many y values we got? 2 y values. So basically this is not a function. That's what I am saying. This is not a function, but it can be drawn. That's a controversy. Any other questions can be also asked. Parabola, you are familiar with the shape parabola. I am asking, is parabola a function or not? Yeah, that is also conditional. So parabola can be a function or not a function. Parabola is a function only when the parabola is vertical. So basically, if I am drawing parabola like this, it will be a function. If I am drawing the parabola like this, it will be a function. But if I am drawing the parabola like this, it is not a function. For an x, there will be two different y. Got the idea? This is not a function. So function has its own definition. Whatever be the input of x, there should be a unique y. Got the idea? So I'm asking about straight lines. Simple idea. You know to draw straight lines, right? Everyone knows to draw straight lines in a graph. I'm asking, is all straight lines functions? Then tell me which is not a function. Vertical line is not a function. Why? Because for x is same, there are infinite number of points having different y. Got the idea? All the other lines are functions except one line. What is that? Vertical line. Got the concept? So basically function means that it should have a unique image. So basically if you see a graph, to check if it's a function or not, just draw a vertical line, and if it intersects at only one point, it is a function, otherwise it is not a function. Got the idea? This test is known as vertical line test. Just give a heading, vertical line test. Vertical line test. Vertical line test. Then write a statement to check vertical line test. To check whether a given graph is function or not. To check whether a given graph is function or not, draw a vertical line. Draw a vertical line anywhere on the graph. Anywhere on the graph. And if the line intersects at only one point, the graph at only one point, then it is a function. Otherwise it is not a function. So from a graph you can identify using this method. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I'll be giving you some basic questions. So let's do some basic questions, and afterwards we can move on to some of the functions. So I'll be giving you a question. Please write it down. Example. Yes. Example. Let capital A is the set of different triangles in a plane. Let capital A is the set of different triangles in a plane. And capital B is the set of real numbers. Let a relation R be defined from A to B. Given by every number is associated with every triangle is associated with given by every triangle is associated with a real number. Which is its area. Is the given relation a function or not? So every triangle is associated with a real number, which is the area of the given triangle. So is the given relation a function or not? That's the question. Yes. Why it's a function? Yeah, every triangle has an area, and that area is unique. There should not be two different areas for a triangle. There should be a unique area for a triangle, and it has an area. There is no triangle without any area. Every unique triangle has an area. Every triangle has an unique area is the correct statement, right? Why? No. I mean, see, for example, this triangle, it can have only a particular area A1. There will not be another area. It has a unique area A1. It cannot have another area A2. Got the idea? Every triangle has an area and that area is unique. Maybe two different triangles can have same area, that's not a problem. Why it is not a problem? Because if two elements have the same image, is that a problem? If two elements have the same image, is that a problem for function? No. What was the definition of function again? What is the definition of function? Every element of the first set should have a unique image in the second set. That's the definition. So my question is, the first set is all triangles in a plane. The second set is real numbers. So if I am taking a particular triangle, it should have an area, which means every triangle should have an image. Is my idea clear? Now, if a triangle is taken, it should have a particular area. There is not two different areas for a triangle. Am I correct or what? So is it a function or no? Is this a function? This is a function. Got the idea? Write the reasoning. Write the reasoning. Every triangle should have an area. Every triangle should have an area. And that area is unique. And that area is unique. That area is unique. Therefore, the given relation is a function. If you haven't got the idea, you can ask me. So if you take a triangle, it will have an area. That's why every element has an image. That criteria is satisfied. Next condition is every triangle should have a unique area. There is no two different areas for a triangle, right? There is only one area for a triangle. So that's why it is called a function. So likewise you can explain. Okay. Now one more question. You're having any doubt? I can give you one more question. Please write it down. A relation R is defined from a relation a relation R is defined from n to n. A relation R is defined from n to n. What is n? Natural numbers. N to n as R equal to ordered pair AB A plus B. This is the definition of the relation. So this is the relation. So the question is if it is a function or not. Oh yes. I need a reasoning. Whatever you are saying as answer, I need a reason. Explanation is necessary. Or if you are saying it is a function, you can give me some examples as well. You can think about it. And if it's not a function, you can give me counter examples as well. That will be a fair way to deal with it, right? So can you show me an example to make it not a function? So these are the ordered pairs here. AB comma A plus B is the ordered pair. A and B belongs to n. Okay. So basically product of two natural numbers will be a natural number and sum of two natural numbers will be a natural number. So it is a relation from n to n. Yes. It's not a function. It is a function. Not a function. Can you give me a counter example? Okay. Hmm. So AB, if you are writing like this, you are saying if you are taking element A as what? 5. B as 2. Then you can write it as 10 comma 7. Okay. Now next other example. A equal to 10. b equal to 1. What will be the ordered pair? 10 comma 11. So basically these two ordered pairs have same first component, which means 10 have two different images. That's it. Is it a function or not? Not a function. So it's better to take a counterexample. Take a counterexample and prove it. So you can take two different numbers and you can try to prove it. So here 10 has two different images, so obviously it is not a function. Got the idea? So please write a counterexample, that is better. So questions like this, these are basic questions. Huh? You didn't get the idea. What's the problem with the first one? You have to write it down, that's fine. So have you got the idea here? Why it is not a function? So you have to give a counterexample. That's the better method to disprove a statement. Yes. So you are looking for 100, right? Hmm. I can give you some more questions, basic ones. Oh, yes. You have NCRT textbook? You have NCRT? NCRT textbook? NCRT is there? Looking for some basic ones. ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടോ? ഉണ്ടോ? കിട്ടിയടാ. കിട്ടി. എടുക്കണ്ട. I have done. One question. If a function is defined from R to R, hello. If a function is defined from R to R, given by f of x equal to x square plus 2x plus 3, find f of 2 plus f of 3 by f of 2 times f of 3. Please find this value. Just a basic question. So the concept of explaining function as an image. So how should we find f of 2? How to find f of 2? Put 2 in that quadratic equation, right? Not an equation, quadratic expression. What's the difference between an expression and an equation? There is also equal to sign, right? Yeah, values on both sides. It should have an LHS and RHS. It is only having an RHS. Other one is the name. No, I don't know the answer. Just wrote it down. That's it. You calculated it. Just give it as a fraction. That's fine. 21 by 198. 29 by 198. Okay. So what is f of 2? F of 2 will be 2 squared plus 4 plus 3, right? 11. So what about f of 3? F of 3 will be 3 squared plus 6 plus 3, right? 9 plus 15 plus 3, 18, right? So f of 2 plus f of 3 by f of 2 times f of 3. That is sum is 29. Yes, 11 times 18. That's 180 plus 18, 198. 2. This will be the answer. So basic ones. So write one more definition. One more definition. Not. You can write it as a not. 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 A function whose range is subset of real numbers. A function whose range is a subset of real number, then it is known as a real valued function. Then it is known as a real valued function. So only range is a subset of real numbers. You can say it is a real valued function. So value is basically the y values, right? So if the y values, that is the range. If range is subset of real numbers, then it is called a real valued function. And next sentence, if the domain and range are subsets of real numbers, if the domain and range are subsets of real numbers, domain and range are subsets of real numbers, then it's called a real function. Then it is called a real function. Called a real function. So basically we will be dealing with real functions throughout first year and second year, and after that in BTech up to second year we will be dealing with only real functions, nothing else. And only complex function comes up in MSc mathematics topics, because the domain and range are subset of real numbers. That's why they are called real. No, real function in the sense means that the inputs are real numbers and outputs are real numbers. That's it. That's why they are called a real function. So that's because we can plot the graph as well. For complex numbers, we can't draw the graph. That's it. Okay. Now, give a heading now. Some basic real functions. Some basic real functions. Now we are discussing about functions. Some of the important functions are there that we will be explaining. So each and every function will be having a graph, having a domain, having a range, likewise. Okay. Some basic real functions. First one is, now you can write it as parts. Okay. First one, A, you can give us constant function. Constant function. So from the name, can you tell me what will be the definition of the function? Constant function. The function is, if it gives a constant as output. For example, if y equal to 3 or f of x equal to 3, whatever value of x we put as input, we will be getting a constant as output. So that's what constant function is called. So the definition will be like this: y equal to f of x equal to some value k. Y equal to f of x equal to k, comma k belongs to R. K is in a real number. So basically, can you try to draw this graph? Can you try to draw this graph by taking an example? If k is in a real number, you can take any real number as example. Try to draw a graph like this. Y equal to 3. What will be the graph? It will be a straight line parallel to x-axis and passing through the point 0, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, etc. So y will be always 3. Y coordinate will be always 3. So when you draw the graph, it will be Not scaled one, I'm just writing. So this is y equal to 3. So can you tell me what is the domain and what is the range? It is a real function. Basically we can put any input, right? We can insert any x value. So what is domain? Just 0. Domain, I am asking about domain. Domain is the first element. Ah yes, domain will be set of real numbers. We can input any real number. So the domain will be set of real numbers. What will be the range here? For this example it is 3. Here the definition is k. So you can write the range as set k. Only one value. Only one value. And it is a subset of real numbers. Both domain and ranges are subset of real numbers. So it is a real function. Okay. So this is the graph. This is the basic function, constant function. And you can draw a vertical line anywhere on the graph. It will intersect only one point. Anywhere on the graph you can draw a vertical line. It will intersect only one point. But a horizontal line is not a function. Sorry, a vertical line is not a function. Why a vertical line is not a function? Different points with the same x. That's why. So what about the x-axis? If it's a function or not? X-axis is a function or not? X-axis is a function or not? It is a function. It is a function because it is y equal to 0. That is x-axis, right? In x-axis the y value will be always 0. Yeah, axis can also be taken as a function. So x-axis is also a function with y equal to 0. Got the idea? Note it down as a note. X-axis is also a function. X-axis is also a function. That is y equal to 0. That is a constant function. Okay. Now, completed. Next one, identity function. Give a heading. Identity function. The second one. Identity. Identity function. I think it's better for me to put a template. So what is this additive identity and all? What is additive identity? Additive identity. Heard about additive identity, right? What is additive identity? Yeah, the graph is y equal to x. I am asking what is additive identity? Additive identity. Haven't you heard that term? Ah, 0. 0 is additive identity because for any element, for any number we add 0, we will get the same number. What is multiplicative identity? 1. We multiply with 1, we will get the same number. Basic idea here. So whatever we input as x, we will be getting the same value as output. So definition is simple. F of x equal to x. F of x equal to x. Got the idea? That's the definition. F of x equal to x or y equal to x. Whatever be the input, that is the output. So what will be the ordered pairs in this function? Hello? What will be the ordered pairs in this function? If I am inputting 1, I will be getting the output as 1. 1, comma 1, 2, comma 2, 3, comma 3, etc. Try to draw the graph. Draw it. this point will be 1, 1, etc. This is 2, 2, like this. This is the graph y equal to x. Okay, y equal to x. And it will be having an angle of 45 degree with the x-axis. It will be having an angle of 45 degree with the x-axis. Okay. So can you tell me what is the domain and range? Our domain will be R. What is range? R. Domain and range will be set of real numbers. That's it. Okay, domain and range will be set of real numbers. So for every function you have to understand the domain, range and graph. So what about y equal to minus x? How will the graph be? Y equal to minus x means that when you give any input you will be getting the negative value as output. So when you put 1 as input you will be getting minus 1 as output. 2 as input, minus 2 as output. So the graph will be like this, right? The other way around. Just saying, that's it. This is the identity function. Completed. The next function. Third one. Third one. Third one is square function. Square function. Square function. Square function. C. What would be the definition? For square function, what would be the definition? Y equal to f of x equal to x squared, right? So whatever value input, you will be getting its square as the output. Yeah. So you can try to draw the graph as well. It would be parabolic in shape. So every square function will be parabolic. Quadratic as well, it will be of parabolic shape. We'll be dealing with it later in the next chapter. Chapter after that. Complex numbers and quadratic equation, will be dealing with all the different concepts of that quadratic equations. Okay, different graphs and everything. But now, this function, where will it pass through? Can you tell me some of the points? 0, 0. It will pass through the origin only, right? It will pass through origin, then 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 9, etc., etc. On the negative x-axis, what would be the points? Minus 1, 1, minus 2, 4. So basically, it is above the x-axis. Graph is above the x-axis. So it will be y equal to x square. This is y equal to x square. It should be parabolic. The shape is parabola. Parabolic shape. Yes. Never. X can be negative. X square is not negative. Y will not be negative. Y is x square, right? Y coordinate is not negative. Y is along y axis. Y cannot be negative. X can be negative. Even if x is negative, the output is positive. So can you tell me what is the domain and range? Yes, domain is R. What about range? What is range? Range is the set of second elements. That is, range is the set of y's. So where are the y lying? R. All real numbers will get as second elements. No. Only positive real numbers and 0. That's the correct statement. Positive real numbers and 0. So how can we write it as interval? Interval from closed interval 0, closed interval 0 infinity. From 0 to all real numbers will be getting as output. You learned intervals, you told me. So closed interval 0 infinity. Don't say that it is positive real numbers. It will be including 0 as well. So real numbers from 0. So that will be the domain. Sorry? Positive real numbers is R plus. Starting, that is open interval 0 infinity. That is positive real numbers. 0 is neither positive nor negative. No, no. Also not under negative real numbers also. Completed. Next one, cubic function. Cubic function. Cubic function. The third one. These all are elementary functions or basic functions. Okay. We are not talking about the alternatives of these functions. Just only. Can you tell me what would be the definition? Y equal to f of x equal to x cube. Yes. Y equal to f of x equal to x cube is the definition. So whatever value you put as input, whatever value you give as input, you will be getting the cube as output. So can you try to plot it? What would be the shape? Can you give me some of the points? 0, 0 is there. Then positive value is 1, output is 1, 2 output is 8, 3 output is 27, 4 output is 64, 5 output is 125, 6 output is 216, etc. etc. So basically, it will not be parabolic. Don't think that it is parabolic. It will be more steeper than parabola. It will be more steeper than parabola to the positive side. It will be increasing very fast. And also in the negative side, what will happen? When you put minus 1, you will be getting minus 1 as output. Minus 2, minus 8. Minus 3, minus 27. So it is decreasing very fast in the negative side. So graph will be like this. I will draw, not the graph of tan. Tan will be having another curvature. This is having another curvature. Shape will be similar. Similar shape, you can say. Similarity is there. There is no congruency. That is different. So when I am drawing the graph, x dash x, so graph will increase like this here. Okay. And the graph will decrease like this. So this is y equal to x cube. That is a cubic function. The value will be increasing. When you put small values, it will be increasing. And even, see, when you are putting 8 only, you will go to 512, right? 8 cube, you will be going to a very high value. So whatever be the input, the output is very high. So that's why it is increasing faster than parabola. It's steeper than parabola. Steeper than the other graph. Okay. It's also decreasing steeper. Got the idea? And also this graph value is increasing always. Always increasing. The graph is always increasing, right? When you put x values, as x is increasing, the value is also increasing. That's the property of this graph. Can you tell me the domain and range? Domain will be R. Why? Because we can take the cube of any real numbers, no problem. What about range? Range will be also R. Because for some value we can find the cube root. So that's it. Domain and range will be R. So always to check the domain means that set of first elements. So to check the domain, you check along the x-axis, you travel along the x-axis, you check if there is any value missing. No value is missing along x-axis, so the domain is R. Now if you want to check the range, just travel along y-axis, y values are the range, check if any y value is missing. Nothing is missing here, graph is like this and moving upwards, so basically R will be the range. Likewise you can think also. Okay, so this is the domain and range. So what was the number? Fourth function, right? I have given you. Now, in basic maths you have completed modulus as well. Idea of modulus and everything, right? That distance concept, everything. Right, mod x equal to 3 means that the distance from 0. Got the idea, right? Now the next, fifth one. Next graph. Next graph. Maybe we can write square root function. Square root function. Square root function. So can you tell me what will be the definition? The name is square root function. It should be a function. So think about it and answer. So what is, if I am asking what is root 4? No, no. 2. Root 4 is always 2. What is root 9? 3. Root is always positive. The answer should be positive. If you are writing x square equal to 4 and if you are finding x, it would be plus or minus root 4. Then it will be plus or minus 2. So when you are putting root, the answer should be always positive. The sign can be only put outside only. When I am asking you root 4, the meaning is plus root 4, the answer is 2. Horizontal parabola without? Exactly, that is correct. Yeah. So we can draw the graph. So how will we get the graph? The idea is simple. So if I am considering y square equal to x, hello. If I am considering y square equal to x, I am considering a relation like this, y square equal to x. This is also a parabola. Y equal to x square is a vertical parabola. Y square x equal to x is a horizontal parabola like this, open to the right. It is a parabola like this, y square equal to x. So when you put x as 1 here, you will be getting 2 different values. That's the point. So this is a vertical parabola. So when you take y, it will be plus or minus root x, right? Plus or minus root x. So for every y, you will be having 2 different values. So this is not a function like this. So I am only taking one branch from here. The only one branch I take is y equal to root x. That is the positive part. So from this parabola, you are taking only the positive part. Got the idea? That is the graph of square root function. So you can write the definition and the graph as well. So y equal to root x is the definition. Y equal to f of x equal to root x. Y equal to f of x equal to root x. Now draw the graph as well. Only the positive part of this parabola. So this is the graph of y equal to root x. Okay, it's the graph of y equal to root x. Now can you tell me the domain and range? What is domain? Domain is the values, x values. 0 to infinity will be the domain. I cannot give an input as negative. Okay, square root of negative values is imaginary or complex. So the domain will be from 0 to infinity. What is the range? Range is 0 to infinity only. Right? Range is also 0 to infinity. So you can check along x-axis only the positive x values are there including 0, and along y-axis only 0 and the positive values are there. So domain and range is 0 to infinity. Okay. Got the idea? So that is square root function. Now you can try to draw cube root function as well. You can understand the definition from this idea, right? Cube root function, how will be the definition? Y equal to x raised to 1 by 3 or cube root of x. Try to draw the graph as well. Please try. You can do it. I just want the shape. Just want to see the shape of the graph. That's it. Cube root function definition is evident. Y equal to x raised to 1 by 3. Try to draw the graph. Imagine the values in your mind and try to draw the graph. Yes, exactly. Not parabola. Obviously not a parabola. It will be steeper. I want to. Yes, exactly. So you can think about the shape by thinking about the values. Why it is like this? If you are taking the square root of 1, that is 1 only, right? Here, if you take the square root of 1, cube root of 1, it will be minus 1 here. So that the plotting is wrong, right? Try to draw. If you are not sure it is correct, then you can draw with a pencil and you can check. It will be like this in the positive side. I want the negative side as well, because cube root can be taken for negative numbers as well. So y equal to f of x equal to x raised to 1 by 3. The graph would be steeper like this, because even if you are finding the cube root of 216, the value is 6. So as x increases, only the y value is very, very small. So it will be steeper to this side. Yeah, so cube root of negative 1 is negative 1 only, right? Yeah, like this. I'm drawing, first drawing. Here, and it will be continuing like this. So the graph will be y equal to, this is the shape of cube root function. Okay. Domain and range. Domain, real numbers only. All real numbers we can find the cube root. What is range? Range is also real numbers. Domain and range will be real numbers. Not on the domain and range as well. So we have completed 6 functions, right? Now, yeah, let's do modulus function. Let's give the heading modulus function. Not the next part, FG. Modulus function. No, continuation. This is F, right? Next G. Modulus function. So the definition is y equal to f of x equal to mod x. Y equal to f of x equal to mod x. So there is a definition, I think you might know the definition. Mod x is, yes. What is the value of mod x? Mod x will be minus of x if x is negative. If x is negative, you have to put a negative sign in front and make it positive. And if it will be 0 when x equal to 0, and it will be x when x is greater than 0. You can maybe combine these two steps and write x greater than or equal to 0, that is also fine. So in NCERT it is given like this, so I am showing that. So this is the definition. So this is a piecewise function called piecewise because in different domains it will be having different values. So see, in the domain is divided into two parts, right? Domain is divided into two. X less than 0 it will be having a particular value, and x is greater than 0 it will be having another value. So it is also a piecewise function, piecewise. We'll be seeing lot of piecewise functions. So one of the piecewise function is mod x. So piecewise means that in different domains there will be different y values. But in the all earlier examples, there will be a single y value for same domain, right? But here, when x is less than 0, there is particular definition. When x is greater than 0, another definition. So it is called piecewise. That is, it is divided into pieces. That's why it's called piecewise. So when you try to draw the graph, so when x equal to 0, the value is 0. When x is positive, the value is x, right? X is positive, the value is x means that what is y equal to x? What is the function y equal to x? What was y equal to x? We wrote it earlier, right? Identity function. So when x is positive, it will show the graph of identity function. So in positive part, take the graph of identity function. In positive part, it will be showing identity function. Okay, and in negative part, it will be showing minus x. Y equal to minus x is a line like this. So in negative part, you have to consider the piece minus x. So it will be showing a V shape. So in positive part it is y equal to x, and negative part it is y equal to minus x. So it is a combination of two different graphs. That's why it's called a piecewise function. So this is the graph of y equal to mod x. Y equal to mod x. What is the domain and range? Domain is real number. What about the range? Yes, range is from 0 to infinity. 0 and all positive numbers will be the answer for absolute value. Okay. This definition of modulus can be extended as well. I mean, in modulus there is x, right? If there is x minus 2, mod x minus 2 is asked. So you can just use the same definition. Instead of x, you replace x minus 2 everywhere. And you will be getting the branches. Let's try to draw the derivative as well. So have you completed this? So try to draw this one. Try to draw the graph of mod x minus 2. So listen to one thing, whatever value is replaced instead of x, you have to replace everything instead of x in the given definition. So here what was the definition earlier? Minus x when x was less than 0. So here it is x minus 2. So it will be minus of x minus 2 when x minus 2 less than 0. Okay, it will be 0 when x minus 2 equal to 0. It will be positive x minus 2 when x minus 2 greater than 0. Likewise, any function is given inside, you can replace any function. Okay, when we are dealing with the graphical transformation, you will get the idea. You have learned a bit of graphical transformation, I think. X plus a, x minus a, the graph are moving along x and along y, right, like that. Also, when you are taking modulus, there is also some properties happening. You will be getting only the positive value. That is also completed, I think. So, basically, when you are inputting any values, you will be getting, you have to replace every values with that given value. X minus 2, you have to replace everything with x minus 2. Okay, now can you write it? So, it will become, when you open the bracket, it will be 2 minus x when x is less than 2. Right? You can bring 2 to the other side. You have learned inequalities. Bring 2 to the other side, x is less than 2. Now equal to 0 when x equal to 2. Equal to x minus 2 when x is greater than 2. So here it will be a V shape only when x equal to 2. The graph will be having a V shape. It will touch, the V will be touching at 2. That happens because when x equal to 2, the value is 0. You can draw the graph. Please draw the graph. Yes. Shifting, the same idea is here. So, so this part will be y equal to x minus 2. This will be the part. This will be the line y equal to x minus 2. When x is greater than 2, the line will be y equal to x minus 2. Here it will be y equal to 2 minus x. That is a negative. You can even try to draw these two lines. Okay, when you draw the line y equal to x minus 2. Okay, when you draw the line y equal to x minus 2, you will be getting a line like this. We only take the part which is greater than 2. When you try to draw the line y equal to 2 minus x, you will be getting a line like this. Only take the part that is less than 2. That's the logic here. Okay, just draw it. So whatever value we are inputting, we can actually shift it along. So that's the whole point. So one more question. Can you draw y equal to mod x cube? Have you completed this one? Definition also. So my question is y equal to mod x cube. What will happen? Stick on with the definition. It's not a parabola. Don't say it is a parabola. It's a, don't say parabola. It's something steeper than parabola. I can say like that. You're saying, yeah, it's a shape is like that. You are mentioning that, right? Only that one. Think about it. So what is the definition here? Can you tell me what will be the definition? You can replace the definition. It will be minus of x cube. If x cube is, tell me, less than 0. It will be 0 when x cube equal to 0. It will be positive x cube if x cube is greater than 0. So this is the definition, right? This is the definition. So this can be rewritten. That is minus of x cube. When cube is negative means that x value is also negative, right? If cube is negative, then the x is also negative. So we can replace it as x less than 0. When cube is 0, x will be 0, right? And when cube is positive, x will be positive as well. That's the basic idea. So you have to draw the graph, and in the positive direction you can stick on with the graph of x cube. 0 is 0 only, and in the negative side you have to take the negative values again. Negative graph you have to negate it again, so it will turn upside down. So that will be the shape. Try to draw it. This is the x cube part. The negative side was like this. When you take negative again, all this converts to positive. So it will be y equal to minus x cube. This side will be y equal to minus x cube. This is y equal to x cube. Likewise, you can draw any graph. So, got the idea? So this side is minus x cube, the other side is x cube. Normal x cube graph on this side, minus x cube graph on this side. So that's the meaning of modulus. Got the idea? Now one more function I want to discuss. Then we can go on solving some of the domains and ranges. Now the next one is a reciprocal function. It was g, right? The number g? G. The next one, h. Reciprocal function. The next one is reciprocal function. Reciprocal function. Reciprocal function. Reciprocal. Reciprocal function. What would be the definition? From this, yeah, 1 by x. Y equal to initially I want you to write the domain and range. Then we can draw the graph. So can you tell me what would be the domain? Domain means that the x values. Yeah, real numbers minus 0. You have to remove 0 because we can't take the reciprocal of 0. We don't know. It's not defined. So, what is the domain? Domain is r minus, you have to write set to 0. You are removing only a particular value. Only removing 0. Okay. Now what would be the range? What would be the range? Again, real numbers minus 0. That would be the answer. Can you show in the graph? Yeah, I will be drawing the graph. I am just asking you. You know that the reciprocal idea, right? We can take the reciprocal. I am asking you, if I am getting any 0 as answer, if you take the reciprocal of any number, will you be getting 0 as answer? No. For any number, we won't be getting 0 as the answer. So basically, it will contain all real numbers, but not 0. So it will be r minus. Now I am trying to draw the graph. Okay. Have you tried drawing it? Anyone got the graph? Anyone got the graph? Ah, yes. Ah, that is correct. So basically, when you input 1, the reciprocal is 1. Right? If you input 1, then the reciprocal is 1. If you input minus 1, the reciprocal is minus 1. Am I correct or what? Next, my question is, when you are putting values greater than 1, what will happen? Yeah, when you are putting values greater than 1, if you are putting 2, the output will be 1 by 2. Right? When you put x equal to 2, the answer will be 1 by 2. When you put x equal to 3, 1 by 3. X equal to 4, 1 by 4, etc. As x increases, what happens? Y will be decreasing. It won't turn negative, but it becomes a fraction and it will approach to 0. Right? The value becomes closer and closer to 0. If I am taking x equal to 10,000, the value will be 0.0001. If x equal to 1 lakh, again it will be closer to 0. So as x value increases from 1, the value will be approaching towards 0 but never reaches 0. So it will be like this. The graph will be moving like this. It will be approaching but never touches. Okay. Now, if I am putting the values which are lying between 0 and 1, I can't put 0. If I am putting fractional values, if I am putting proper fractions, what will happen? Yeah. For example, if I am putting x equal to, please listen. If x equal to 0.5 I am giving. What is the reciprocal? 2, right? Likewise, if I am inputting x equal to 0.1, what is output? 10. If I am putting x equal to 0.0001, what is output? 10,000. So whenever the x value approaches to 0, the y value increases. So the graph will be increasing like this. So from 1 it will decrease, and from 0 to 1 it will be increasing like this. It will be approaching a positive value or approaching infinity. It will be approaching infinity. So here it approaches to 0. So what happens here? Can you tell me the other way around? Yeah, because when the value is less than -1, when the value is less than -1, what will happen? When the value is less than -1, it will be a fraction and it will approach towards 0, but it will be negative, right? It will be negative, it will be approaching towards 0. So when the value is less than -1, the graph will be like this. When the value is less than -1, graph will be like this. What happens if the value is lying between -1 and 0? It will be the reciprocals of fractions. So it will be having a larger magnitude value but having a negative sign. Okay, so it will be having a value which is having higher magnitude but negative sign, so it will be approaching like this. So this is the shape of the graph. This is a rectangular hyperbola. You know the shape, right? This is a rectangular hyperbola. This is known as rectangular. This is known as rectangular hyperbola. And obviously in this graph you can see in x there is no value for 0. So the domain is r minus 0. And in y also, when you check the y values, there is no 0. So the range is also r minus 0. Now you know about asymptotes. What is an asymptote? Yes, asymptote is a line to which a graph approaches but never touches. So see, this graph is approaching the x-axis but it never touches the x-axis. Here also the graph is approaching the y-axis but it never touches the y-axis. So there will be two asymptotes here. What are the asymptotes? X-axis and y-axis. These are the two asymptotes. So asymptotes are the line to which the graph approaches but never touches. Asymptotes are the lines. So those are lines. So basically here the asymptotes are at an angle of 90 degree. Asymptotes are of an angle 90 degree. So that's why it is called rectangular. If the asymptotes is showing another angle, it is not called rectangular. Here the asymptotes are at 90 degrees, so it is called a rectangular hyperbola. When you learn hyperbola at conic section, there is a chapter, and in there you will be learning about asymptote, how to find asymptote and everything. And while you learn that, if the angle is 90 degree, it is called a rectangular hyperbola. If the asymptote angle is 90 degree. Got the idea? All asymptote concept I think sir has told you, right? So the shape you can note it down. And also one more thing. So what would be the value of 1 by, if I am saying 0 plus, the meaning is, I am writing 1 by 0 plus, it is not exactly 0, 0 plus means that a value just higher than 0. What would be 1 by 0 plus, where would it approach? Infinity. So 1 by 0 plus would be, I can write equal to, because 0 plus is not defined, it is an approaching value, okay? 0 plus, just higher value than 0, the value will tend to infinity. So 1 by 0 plus will be infinity. This is limit, the idea to which the graph is approaching. So can you tell me what will be the 1 by infinity tending towards? 0. 1 by infinity means that the graph is approaching towards 0. So the value will tend towards 0. So the value will be, I cannot write equal to, it is actually the meaning is tending towards. Why I am writing equal to is because in physics you will be using it a lot. In most of the questions when 1 by infinity comes up, you will be writing 0. The reason is because of this graph. Okay, when infinity, the denominator becomes larger, it approaches 0. But see, the answer is not 0, the answer is 0 plus. 1 by 0 plus is infinity. 1 by 0 plus means that the value is just higher than 0, and equal to means that it is not an exact value. I don't know 0 plus. I haven't defined 0 plus. So this is actually a limiting value. It's called a limiting value. When value approaches positive, just higher than 0, the value approaches infinity. That's the meaning. So when the value approaches infinity, the value approaches 0 but positive of 0. Just higher than 0. So why I wrote like this is because in physics you will be directly using this formula. When 1 by infinity comes up, you will be writing the answer as 0. So you have to understand why it is happening. That's why. So can you tell me what will be 1 by minus infinity? So this is minus infinity, right? 1 by minus infinity means that it will be approaching 0, but it will be having a negative sign. So it will be a value just less than 0. So you can write it as 0 minus. Value less than 0 is represented using 0 minus. Just less than 0. So 1 by minus infinity is 0 minus. So never say that 1 by infinity is 0. It is 0 plus. It is closer to 0. That's why we are approximating it as 0. Got the idea? Also 1 by minus infinity is also approaching towards 0, but it is a negative value. If there is some sign convention happening, you have to put a negative sign. So you have to remember that idea. Now what will happen here? What about 1 by 0 minus? 1 by 0 minus, the meaning is that the denominator is a value closer to 0 but on the negative side. So the value will tend to where? Negative infinity. Got the idea? The value will tend to negative infinity. So never say that 1 by 0 is infinity. Don't say that concept. So when you are asked 1 by 0, you ask what value are you referring to? 0 plus or 0 minus? If it is 0 plus, the value will be tending to infinity. If it's 0 minus, it will be tending to minus infinity. Got the idea? It will be represented like this. Limit x tends to 0 plus. 1 by x is the function. So the answer will be infinity. This is the concept. So I have shown in this manner is because you have to understand when you are approaching a positive value just greater than 0, the value will tend to infinity. This equal to is just a mere representation. Don't take it as a pure value. Infinity is not at all defined. So it is a value tending to infinity. That's what you have to keep in your mind. Got the idea? So actually this representation we will learn in limits chapter. So instead of writing all this stuff, you can just write 0 plus. That's what I wrote here. Okay, instead of writing all these representation, you can just write 0 plus. So just to understand, I wrote like this. Okay, don't say that I told that 1 by 0 is infinity. Don't say like that. The concept is clear. So when the value is just higher than 0, the value will approach towards infinity. That's the concept I am trying to explain here. Got the idea? Clear? Okay, you can write the statements if you want to. You can write down the statement as well. It is not directly equal to 0. It's a value higher than 0 plus means that a value just higher than 0. You can write it down as well. 0 minus means that a value just lower than 0. Please note it down as well, otherwise you will get confused. Why not? Take a 5-minute break. So reciprocal function. Maybe I won't be right. Don't write equal to. I'll put tends to as well. Otherwise you will be saying. Just put tends to. That's fine. Just put tends to. Otherwise, after some classes you will be saying that I told 1 by 0 is infinity. So you have to put like this. You put tends to, okay? You put tends to. Approaches to that value, that's the meaning. Will be useful, note it down. Cheers. I'll be giving you the worksheet by Monday, okay? By Monday, I'll be giving the worksheet for first chapter. Only set. And about 50 questions to complete by the end of the week. By Friday. Not Saturday, Friday. I'm writing now. Complete it and keep it today only, okay? Okay, let's continue. Let's find the domain and range of some of elementary functions. Give an example. Write a question, write a question. Find the find the domain find the domain and range of the following functions. Find the domain and range of the following functions. The first one is y equal to root 2x minus 3. This is the first one, A. Next one is y equal to one by x square plus 2. Let's find the domain and range of these two functions. Domain means that the admissible x values, that is domain. Range is the set of second elements, that is the y values. So just find, basically, what are the possible x values, that will be the domain. What is the admissible y values, that will be the range. So find the domain and range, please. So just think about the conditions here. There is a square root, right? So inside the square root, the value can't be negative. So 2x minus 3 should be what? Greater than or equal to 0. That will be the condition. So basically x will be greater than or equal to what? 3 by 2. Right? X should be greater than or equal to 3 by 2. So basically the domain is from 3 by 2 to infinity. That's it. So what is the domain? Domain is 3 by 2 infinity. Yeah, what will be the range? 0 to infinity. Because when you put the value 3 by 2, it will vanish to 0. So whatever values you put greater than that, you will be getting all the positive values. So the range will be from 0 to infinity. Find the next one. One by x squared plus 2. So combined the square function and reciprocal, that's it. What's the answer? What's the answer? Domain is real. Range? Think about the range and answer. Range won't be all real numbers. Won't be. Think about it and answer. Real numbers minus 0. I mean, how will you get negative numbers there? That is not at all a possible condition, right? You won't be getting a negative number here. Real numbers minus 0 means that there is negative numbers, you are saying, right? So how will we get a negative number here? It won't be possible. So think about it and answer. Hmm. 1 by 2 to infinity. Let's see. Natural numbers. No, not natural numbers. So you can start with, if I should suggest an approach, you should start with this x squared because you already know the range of domain. Domain is, you can say the domain directly because x squared will be always greater than or equal to 0. It is always positive. So there is no value of x square that is making it not defined. So you can put any value of x, it will be working. So domain is R, no doubt in that. Domain is R, right? Domain can be set of real numbers. You can put any value as domain. Now, what about x squared? We already know the range of x squared, right? What is the range of x squared? I am suggesting an approach. If you can find it otherwise, I mean, by logical thinking, you can find the answer. If you are not getting, you can start with this approach. This is the method for solving it. So you know the range of x square. What is the range of x square? We learned it, 0 to infinity, right? That was the range of x squared, square function. That is the range. Now it is x squared plus 2. X squared plus 2. So you add 2. What happens? It will turn from 2 to infinity, right? Learn the inequalities, I think. You can add 2. When you add or subtract a number, inequality won't change. So 2 to infinity will be the value where x square plus 2 lies. Now I am asking to take the reciprocal. You know about taking reciprocal in inequalities. What happens? Inequality will get reversed if the numbers are all positive, or if the numbers are all negative also, inequality will get reversed. If the sign is different, then there is a problem. The inequality won't be reversing. So those are the conditions. So here it is all positive value. Take the reciprocal. What is the reciprocal of 2? 1 by 2. Right? Inequality will get reversed. Now 1 by x squared plus 2. Right? Now the question is, what is the reciprocal of infinity? That's why I have told you the reciprocal function. So reciprocal of infinity means that it is the reciprocal of a very large positive value. So it will approach towards 0. So you have to put greater than 0. The meaning is the value is just greater than 0. What's the idea? So the range will be lying from where to where? 0 to 1 by 2. That's how you can find the answer. So range will be open at 0, closed at 1 by 2. This will be the range. So reciprocal ideas in inequality you have to learn as well. Okay. I'll give you a question for solving regarding inequality and just to find the range as well. Okay. Have you completed? I'll be giving you a domain. You find the range. Completed, everyone? The question is find the range of Find the range of f of x equal to 1 by x if first case minus 3 less than x less than 5. Second one is x less than minus 2, less than or equal to minus 2. Not minus 2. Two. So I have restricted the domain. So I have given you the domain. X value is the domain, right? I have given you the domain. Just find the range. To find the range of the function f of x equal to 1 by x, that is the reciprocal function. Take your time, solve it, and tell me the answer. Got it. That's wrong. That is wrong. That is also wrong. You can't write an interval in descending order. There is also a problem there. So one of the conceptual errors you have got. There is also a problem. There is also something. What you have done has a conceptual error. Try to figure out what is the conceptual error there. If anyone gets the answer, you can just let me know. Think about it very carefully. It's not direct question. So don't write directly taking the reciprocal, don't write the answer. First one. There is some problem. There is some problem. No. If you have completely, you can show me the answer. The question is 2. I have changed it to 2. Plus 2, right? Then why have you written minus 2 here? Think about it and write, okay? Anyone with the answer? First one only I am asking. Let's figure out the first one initially, then we can go. Okay. Okay. So I need an answer there. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. First one, that's correct. Yes. There is something, this one you are saying, there is also something wrong here. There is also something wrong. Only one correct answer I saw. No, that's the same answer, right? Yes, you have written the same thing. First one you are saying. So 0 to minus infinity is there. So why 0 comes? When you subtract the open intervals, it means that 0 is there, right? There is no 0 in reciprocal, right? If you want to remove 0, then you have to put close bracket, right? That would be correct. 0 to 1 by 2. But this answer is somewhat wrong. This is not infinity. Up to infinity it won't go. Okay. So you have written minus infinity to infinity. So it will be basically this value and up to. Yeah, that is correct. 0 to 1 by 2, right? You are saying. So it will be basically minus infinity to 0, and from there it will be from 1 by 2 to infinity. First part only one got the answer. That is also wrong. First part, that is also conceptually wrong. That's the problem. Let's see what is the problem. So here you have to think about one thing. There is a number in this interval which we can't take the reciprocal. There is a number in this interval which we can't take the reciprocal. Which is that number? 0. Right? There is a 0 in between minus 3 and 5. We can't take the reciprocal. So what we do is, we are going to split this inequality into 2. We are going to split this inequality into 2. The first one will be ranging from minus 3 to 0, up to 0. Don't take 0, up to 0. And the next one will be from 0 to 5. So now it will be easy to calculate, because this is only negative value, this is only negative values, this is only positive values. Now you can directly take the reciprocal. When you take the reciprocal here, reciprocal of minus 3 will be minus 1 by 3. Inequality sign will change because it is purely negative. It will become 1 by x. Then my question is, what will be the reciprocal of 0 here? It won't be infinity. It won't be infinity. It will be minus infinity, because the x is less than 0. X is just less than 0, which means that it is 0 minus. What is the reciprocal of 0 minus? That is minus infinity. So that's why I have given you the graph and the idea. So here the value is from minus 3 up to 0, which means that it is a value just less than 0. So when you take the reciprocal of a value just less than 0, that will tend to where? Minus infinity, not infinity. Got the idea? It will be minus infinity. So the value here will be minus infinity. That is the reciprocal. Now, listen to me carefully, other side also. 0 to 5 means that this is positive values. X value will be just greater than 0 up to 5. Okay? So this will be 0 plus. When you take the reciprocal, it should be considered as 0 plus, because this value is just greater than 0. What is the reciprocal of 0 plus? It will tend to infinity. I told you, right? 0 plus will tend to infinity when you take the reciprocal. Inequality will reverse. 1 by x. What is the value reciprocal of 5? 1 by 5. So when you write in the integral form, it will be ranging from minus infinity to minus 1 by 3. Union. Next one will be from where to where? 1 by 5 to infinity. This will be where the y value lies. We can't take 0. That's the whole point. So this will be the answer you will be getting. Otherwise, you can just draw the graph and see. Just draw the graph of 1 by x. You will be getting an idea. Value will be from, see, the graph of 1 by x will be like this, right? This is the shape of 1 by x. Minus 3 to 5 means that obviously the y value will lie from, this is 1 by 5, the reciprocal. This is what? Minus 1 by 3. The graph, when you range from here to here, there will be no 0. It will be ranging from minus 1 by 3 to minus infinity. See, the graph is going like this. Here the graph is going from 1 by 5 to infinity. From the graph only you can say the answer. So this is a working method. So in this method, what you have to do? You have to split along 0. Split it into two parts, along 0. And then you take the reciprocal separately. And here when you take the reciprocal of 0 minus has to be taken. That's why I have given you in the graph these two reciprocals. 1 by 0 plus is infinity, and 1 by 0 minus should tend to minus infinity. That idea you have to use here. Think about it very carefully. If you are having any doubt, you can ask me. There will be doubts. How to get the concept of reciprocal function. So when you learn a function, you have to understand all the different values it can attain. Hmm? Of course not. Why? Because there is what is the reciprocal of a 0.01? What will be the reciprocal? That will be 10. From 1 by 5 to minus 1 by 3, where is 10? 10 is not even there. That's the problem. You can ask the doubts. Minus infinity to 0 union infinity. This one you can ask me if you are having doubts. Have to understand this, very important. Have to understand this idea. Don't put curly braces. You have to put simple brackets. These are intervals. That's one thing. So what you have done here, you have split. Have you split this interval into two? Have to split it into two, right? Why? 0. So in x less than or equal to 2, it means that it contains all values less than 0. Minus infinity to 0 is there. So basically there is a 0 in between. You have to delete that 0 and divide it into two intervals. Minus infinity to 0, 0 to 2. You have to split like that and do it. So this is the analytical method, or otherwise you can just draw the graph. Any method would work. I will give you a couple of questions for this. You can try it out. I want you to get this idea clear. Okay. So what about this one? Can you tell me what is the idea here? X less than or equal to 2 means that what will be the values of x? It will be from minus infinity up to 2. Listen, minus infinity up to 2. So there will be a 0 in between here. Got the idea? The meaning is that the value is from minus infinity less than x less than or equal to 2. That's the meaning of this statement. Right? There is a 0 in between. You have to split like this, minus infinity less than x less than 0, you have to split with 0. And the other part will be 0 less than x less than or equal to 2. Likewise, you have to split. Got the idea? You have to split like this. So you had removed the 0. There is no 0 now. There is no 0 now. Now you can take the reciprocal. This is purely negative. You can take the reciprocal. So what is the reciprocal of minus infinity? It will tend to 0 minus, so I told you put 0 here. Greater than 1 by x, greater than, this is 0 minus a negative number, reciprocal is minus infinity, minus infinity. Here what will be the reciprocal? This is 0 plus a value greater than 0, infinity, greater than 1 by x, greater than or equal to reciprocal of 2, 1 by 2. So it will be basically ranging from minus infinity to 0, right? Union 1 by 2 to infinity. This is the value where y belongs, and this will be the range. I'll give you a couple of more questions. Try to understand these two. If you get the answer, it is fine. If you don't get the answer, you have to ask me and clear it out. Because this idea is necessary. All coming chapters, we might need to take reciprocals, take the squares and all, and find the ranges. You have to understand. Sorry, my bad. That is a close bracket. Sorry, that's a close bracket. Okay with the idea? Why I had split into 2? 0 is there. We can't take the reciprocal of 0. That's why I shown this method. You can also do it in another method, like you can just draw the graph. Just draw the graph, and from it you can figure out what is the values. So if x is less than or equal to 2, you can directly draw the graph. I can show you that method as well. So you can just directly draw the graph. So this is the shape of 1 by x, right? This is the shape. So x less than or equal to 2 is somewhere here. So x value will be like this. This is x less than or equal to 2. Basically the reciprocal of 2 will be what? 1 by 2. This is 2 comma 1 by 2, the point. So the when x is less than 2, the value will be ranging from 1 by 2 to infinity. See, the graph is going to infinity. So 1 by 2 to infinity is there. Now when it is like this, the y value varies from where to where? Minus infinity to 0. If you know the graph, it's very much easier. So try to learn graphically. It will take only less time. If you don't want to write all these steps, just try to learn from the graph. It is very much easier. From this graph only you can answer. If you are not clear, you have to ask. Don't keep it inside you. Have to ask the doubts and make it clear. That's why it asked you, have you learned about reciprocals? Have you learned about inequality? That's why I asked you. In inequality, you have learned reciprocal, right? The same idea we have used here. The problem here is there is a zero in between. That's what caused the problems. Reciprocal you learned, right? Yes. Just go through the notes. Now, are you clear with this idea? You are sleeping. If you are not clear, you have to come and ask me. Okay, I'll be giving you one more question. Try to do it. Okay, just changing the values, you can try to do it. Have you written it down? Find the range of f of x equal to 1 by x. First one. Please try to draw this. X is greater than minus 1. Based on the idea we have learned, try to solve this. We have to find the range of f of x equal to 1 by x. The domain is given. X is greater than minus 1. Take your time, think about it very carefully and answer. We are taking reciprocal, so check if there is any zero in between. That would be the first step. Everyone try on your own. What is the answer? Minus infinity to minus 1 union 0 to infinity. That will be the answer. So this is x greater than minus 1, so the value will be ranging from minus 1 less than x less than infinity, right? So basically this is the same meaning. Same meaning. The values will be greater than minus 1 means that minus 1 to infinity. So there is a 0 in between. Okay, there is a 0 in between. You have to split into 2. So it will be minus 1 less than x less than 0. And it will be 0 less than x less than infinity. Right? Now just take the reciprocal. So minus 1 reciprocal is minus 1 greater than 1 by x. This is 0 minus negative value. So it will go to minus infinity. Now the 0, this is 0 plus infinity greater than 1 by x greater than what is the reciprocal of infinity? It will go to 0. right? The answer will be from minus infinity to minus 1 union. This is the range. Got the idea? Okay. So this is the part where you get confused only. I mean, when 0 comes in between, that's only the part where you get. Other parts you can do directly. If it's just positive and just negative, it's not a problem. Okay. Now, write one more question. Find the range of f of x equal to x squared. Find the range of f of x equal to x squared. First case, if x is less than or equal to 2. Second one, if minus 3 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 5. Think and write the answer, okay? So domain is given. You have to just find the range. Think very carefully and answer. I think some of you might get this wrong. I think. If everyone gets correct, that is good. When you can't figure out something, just draw the real number line. You will be getting an idea of the numbers. First one. Yes, that is correct. First one. Square will not be negative. If you get negative as answer, it is wrong. Because we are taking square. Yes. The first one, the answer will be 0 to infinity, not 4 to infinity. There is a problem in that. Don't consider it as 4 to infinity. Why? Because x less than or equal to 2 means that if you can't figure it out, just draw a number line. It is 2. 1, 0, likewise x less than or equal to 2 means that all real numbers less than or equal to 2. So it will contain all the values less than 2 in the sense, if you are taking the square, 2 square will be 4, 1 square is 1, now 0 square comes up, 0 square is 0, and all negative values. When you take the squares, it will be all positive values. So basically when you take the square, the range will vary from where to where? 0 to infinity, not from 4 to infinity. We might feel it is from 4, but it is not, because there is a 0 in between. So every time when 0 comes in between, there is a problem. So the range will be from 0 to infinity. Okay, that will be the answer. Why up to infinity? Because negative infinity is there. We are taking the square. No, it is not cancelled. See, 0 is a value much lesser than 2. So basically there is squares of numbers including 0 as well. So when you write 4 to infinity, that is a wrong statement. There are squares, 1 square is there. Square. See, these are all negative numbers, right? One second. One line came up here. How did it? Got the idea? One second. Let me write it down. Ask me. X less than or equal to 2 എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ എക്സിന്റെ വാല്യൂ 2 ൽ കുറവ് എന്ത് വേണേലും ആവാലോ. 1 ആവാലോ, 0 ആവാലോ, -1 ആവാലോ, -2 ആവാലോ, -3 ആവാലോ. അപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും മിനിമം വാല്യൂ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന 0 ഒരു സ്ക്വയറിന്. കിട്ടിയോ? കത്തിയോ? Draw the number line if you want to. മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി എഴുതുന്നതാണോ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചത് അതോ കാൽക്കുലേഷൻ ആണോ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചത്? You can write a statement. The minimum value of x square will be 0 because x less than or equal to 2 means that x can be 0. Then you can say that the maximum value will be infinity because x will range to up to minus infinity. The square will be infinity only. So infinity square എന്നൊന്നും എഴുതി വെച്ചേക്കരുത്. Don't write as infinity square. Infinity square is infinity. Infinity plus k is again infinity. Infinity plus infinity is infinity. Don't write 2 infinity. Only infinity. Okay. So the next one you should get the answer. 0 to? Yes. 0 to 25 will be the answer of the next one. 0 to 25. So if you are confused, just draw the number line. So when minus 3 to 5 comes, there is a 0 in between. So when you take the square, the minimum value will be 0. What would be the maximum value? The maximum value will be the square of the value which is having higher magnitude. That's it. Higher magnitude is 5. Square will be 25. So the range will be from that's it. So don't get confused. So there is some might write the answer as 9 to 25. That's where it gets wrong. There is a 0 in between. Remember, don't forget the 0 in between. Always whenever 0 comes in between an interval, you have to think there is something wrong. Have to check it out. Okay, whenever 0 comes in an interval, you have to check it out. So that's the whole point. Now, I can give you questions. So on Monday, so today you will submit 1.4 and 1.5, right? How many of you have kept it in books, notebooks? You will keep it by today evening, right? Or by noon, when will you keep it? No problem with paper. So I want you to write, try out 2.1 and 2.2 as well. Simple exercises. 2.1 and 2.2 on Monday. So anyone is having the notebook, I will give it to you back. Evening only you can take from my desk, okay? You can collect it back. Keeping her notebook. Okay, no problem. I'll give by evening. You keep it before that then. You have to take it from me and only go home. Then you have to write 2.1 and 2.2 on Monday. By Monday evening I will give you worksheet. Practice maximum number of questions. Then only you can score good marks in JEE and all. That's why. NCERT we have to do anyways. That's basic. After NCERT only you practice my worksheet. Okay. I'll be giving only maximum, not up to JMain level, just less than JMain level. JMain PYQs I will give you afterwards. Have to solve the PYQs as well. Don't go through internet and write the answer. When you do it yourself only, you will be getting the result. Okay. So we can do a couple of questions more, right? find the range of, do you know the method of completing the square and all? Completing the square method, quadratic equation. Do you know to solve quadratic equation? There is a factorization method is there. There is an equation also, minus b plus or minus. There is one more method, completing the square. Do you know that? See, for example, if I am doing, if I need to solve this, yes, you know the answers. What are the answers? X equal to, x equal to 1 and 3, right? That will be the answer. You know to factorize. You can use the equation. Other possibility is completing the square, means that you have to make this a perfect square. Do you know or what? I have to say. Not splitting the middle term, that is factorization. For example, what is x minus a the whole squared? That is a perfect square minus 1, right? Perfect square minus 1. That's it. So, see, what is x minus a the whole squared? X square minus 2ax plus a squared, right? Or we can say x plus a the whole square will be x square plus 2ax plus a square. So basically, if you want to write something as a perfect square, here you observe the coefficient of x. What is the coefficient of x? Here it is minus 2a, here it is 2a. So half of the coefficient of x will be a. Here minus a, here it will be a. Its square is lying as a sum here, right? So whatever be the middle term, take its coefficient, halve it, square it. Then it can form a perfect square. I will say it one more time. If an expression like this is lying, x square minus 2ax plus a square. This is a perfect square. Why? Because the coefficient of x is minus 2a, its half is minus a, its square is lying here. Okay. Here also coefficient of x is 2a, its half is a, its square is lying here. That's why it can be written as a perfect square. Similarly, if this can be written as a perfect square, the coefficient of x is minus 4, its half is 2, its square 4 should lie here. Then I can write it as x minus 2 the whole square. Okay, so what I'm going to do is x square minus 4x. There is no 4, only 3 here. So I add a 4 and subtract a 4. Value won't change. 3 is there, right? This will become a perfect square. So it will be x minus 2 the whole squared. X minus 2 the whole squared minus 1 equals to 0. This method is known as completing the square. So whatever be the coefficient of x, take the half, square it, add and subtract it, make a perfect square. Now you can solve it directly. X minus 2 the whole square equal to 1, right? Now what is x minus 2? X minus 2 is plus or minus 1. So now x can be written as 2 plus or minus 1, that is 3 or 1. That will be the answer, right? This is completing the square. This is the method. You know this method? If you don't, this is the method from which the quadratic equation formula comes up. Minus b plus or minus root of b square minus 4ac by 2a. That equation is derived from this formula, this method. You take a in common. I'll show in quadratic equation anyways. So this equation, right, ax square plus bx plus c equal to 0. This is general quadratic equation. You take an a outside, it will be x square plus b by a x plus c by a equal to 0. You complete the square inside the bracket. From that equation you will be solving and finding the result x equal to minus b plus or minus. In the quadratic equation chapter I will show you anyways. Okay, so this method you have to know. This is known as completing the square. If you don't know, write it down with an example. If you don't know with this method, write it down with an example. Okay. It is not necessary that the value coefficient of x is even. It is not a necessary condition. You can take the half and square. It will be a rational value. That's all. Okay. If you don't know it, you have to write it down. You have to know this process. This is not a portion of this chapter. This is a method, that's all. Okay, why I have written is because I want to give you a question. That's why I have shown. Completed. Completed. Okay. Question is find the range of so don't do a reciprocal initially, we can do initially you have to do this. Find the range of this first, then find the range of f of x equal to 1 by initially you have to find the range of this one and then find the range of the other one. So range is basically y value, always keep that in your mind. Whatever value f of x attains, that is the range. Is not present. List ചേർന്നേ ലിസ്റ്റ് ചേർത്തില്ലേ ലിസ്റ്റ് യു ഹാവ് എ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടോ ക്ലാസ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടോ ഉണ്ട് അതിനകത്തല്ലേ ഈ മറ്റേ വർക്ക്ഷീറ്റ് എല്ലാം ഇട്ട് തരുന്നതിനകത്തല്ലേ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്താൽ റേഞ്ച് കിട്ടില്ല ആ പ്രിന്റ് എടുത്ത് തരുവാണോ എന്നാ പ്രിന്റ് എടുത്ത് തന്നേക്കാം ഞാൻ എന്തായാലും കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് ഓഫീസിൽ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് അത് ഞാൻ പതുക്കെ തന്നാമെന്നാ പറഞ്ഞേക്കുന്നത് ഇതിപ്പോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് 2 ആക്ടിവിറ്റി തരാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇരുന്നില്ലേ NCERT ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാനിപ്പോ തരണ്ടെന്നാ പറഞ്ഞത് See, anyone got the answer? What is the range? Can you tell me what is the domain of the first one? Domain is R. We can put any value for x, no problem. Domain is set of real numbers. We can put any value. Can you tell me what will be the shape of the graph? Parabola. Obviously, it will be a parabola. That all is fine. Now we need to find the range. For finding the range, you can make use of completing the square method. So you can complete the square here. Complete the square. X minus 1 the whole square plus 2, right? Now my question is, now it is a perfect square plus 2. That is the format. So my question is, what is the minimum value of a perfect square? What is the minimum value of a perfect square? 0. So basically, x minus 1 the whole square will lie between 0 to infinity, no doubt in that. Right? It is a perfect square. This is a perfect square, right? Perfect square's minimum value is 0. Value will lie between 0 and infinity, no doubt in that. We want to find the range of x minus 1 the whole square plus 2. So just add 2. What will happen? It will become 2 less than or equal to x minus 1 the whole square plus 2 less than infinity. So what is the range of, this is the function, right? So what is the range of the function? This can be replaced by f of x. Range of the function is from 2 to infinity. That's it. Complete the square and you represent like this. A perfect square's minimum value will be always 0. Right? It can't go below 0. So the perfect square's range will be lying from 0 to infinity. We want to find the range of x minus 1 the whole square plus 2. So just start 2 everywhere. So it will range from 2 to infinity. So what is the range of the quadratic equation from 2 to infinity? Clear or what? Clear? Similarly, you can do this. Do the next one. And you can initially complete the square, find the range of the quadratic, then only you can take the reciprocal. Do that process and find the range as well. Plus 2 plus 1. X minus 1 the whole square എന്താ 2x ന്റെ പകുതി 1 അല്ലേ 1 അല്ലേ വരുന്നത് അതാ തെറ്റിയത് you didn't get the idea മനസ്സിലായില്ല so you x square minus 2x plus 3 നെ നീ x minus 1 the whole square plus 2 എന്ന് എഴുതാൻ അറിയായിരിക്കുമല്ലോ oh that is not solving the equation see I'll show you f of x equal to x square minus 2x plus 3 എന്നാണ് നമുക്ക് ആകെ അറിയാവുന്ന കാര്യം range of perfect square എപ്പോഴും 0 to infinity ആയിരിക്കണം okay range of a perfect square is always ranging from 0 to infinity so what I have to do is I have to make this as a perfect square so this is x square minus 2x now what is a half of 2 1 its square is 1 right add it and subtract it the 3 is here only so it is x minus this is x minus 1 the whole square minus 1 plus this is 2 now we know that this is a perfect square its range will be ranging from where to where 0 to infinity we want the range of this value you have to add 2 to it add 2 it will become x minus 1 the whole square plus 2 less than infinity you just add 2 everywhere
Okay.
so add 0 with the 2 it will be 2
Yes.
plus 2 less than infinity plus 2 is infinity only
Yes.
now the range this is the function right this is f of x
Yes.
what is the range value is lying from 2 to infinity so what is the range to infinity that's all എടാ 4 ന്റെ ഹാഫ് എത്രയാ 2 അല്ലേ 2 ന്റെ സ്ക്വയർ എത്രയാ ഹാഫിന്റെ സ്ക്വയർ അതല്ലേ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു തന്നത് നിങ്ങളപ്പോ കഴിഞ്ഞതിനപ്പോ എങ്ങനെയാ നമ്മൾ ആഡ് ചെയ്തത് 4 ന്റെ ഹാഫ് 2 2 ന്റെ സ്ക്വയർ 4 ഇതാണോ ഞാൻ ചെയ്തു നോക്കിയില്ല നിങ്ങൾ എങ്ങനെ 6 അല്ലേ 3 9 plus 1 അതെ 0 to 1 ആയിരിക്കണം 0 to infinity ആയിരിക്കും വരുന്നത് അല്ലേ സോറി 1 to infinity ആയിരിക്കും so I'll be getting 0 to 1 yes correct sorry asymptote would be y equal to 10 is the asymptote you are saying y equal to 10 will not be the asymptote it will be 1 when you shift is that I can show you that what you did here is this is a parabola right so you can't draw this graph in this shape if you write 1 by x or 1 by x minus 3 that is fine but this is 1 by x minus 3 the whole squared it won't be having a part like this negative part won't be there it won't have a negative part is this idea clear so basically when you try to draw there will not be two asymptotes there will be only one
There will only be a asymptote in the y-axis. There will be a asymptote in the y-axis.
but we have to figure out exactly where it is
That's the plus one, right?
that's the plus one actually means that we are shifting the graph think about drawing 1 by x square first then you will be getting an idea what will be the graph of 1 by x square you think about that can you draw that what will be the graph of 1 by x square I can show you y is an asymptote I can show you that if you want to draw the graph I can show you so x minus 6 x square minus 6x plus 10 can be written as x minus 3 the whole square plus 1 right x minus 3 the whole square will be having a range from 0 to infinity plus 1 it will become 1 to infinity right when you take the reciprocal what is the reciprocal of 1 1 this is positive value greater than or equal to reciprocal become 1 by x minus 3 the whole square plus 1 what is the reciprocal of infinity tends to 0 plus right so value will lie from 0 to 1 that is answer range is from 0 to 1 0 1 at 1 is closed that's it we can wind off so if you want to draw the graph So he asked me how to draw the graph. So can you guess what is the graph? What would be the graph of 1 by x square? Can anyone tell me what would be the graph of? What would be the graph of? Just a question. If you can figure it out, it's good. Negative part won't be there. Not only that part, there is one more part. See, think about this. X square. What are the values of x square? It is always positive. Right. We can't take 0 as well. So whenever the value approaches closer to 0, we will be getting values closer to infinity. So the graph will be somewhat, there will be no negative side. There will be values like this, and there will be values like this. So you think about it. We can draw it tomorrow. Try to think. Take your time. Think about it. When you think about graphs only, then you can understand things. Think about graph. Try to draw it out. Okay. Okay, we can wind up. Once you figure out that graph, try to draw 1 by x minus 3 the whole square. What will happen? Okay. Okay, bye.
What is the answer for the third one? 16 I cap minus 8 j cap. Is everybody getting this answer? How many of you are not getting this answer? What is the answer for the next one? What is the answer for the fourth? 12 I cap plus 2 j cap. Are you getting this as the answer? And last one? 10 I cap plus 5 j cap. Are you getting these answers? Saeed? Huh? You did not try. Why? Were you present in class yesterday? No. You were absent yesterday. So those of you who got these wrong, try them again. These are the answers. So I'm not solving these again. We'll try another question. So find the net force So suppose these are the four forces acting on a particle, and this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis. Find the net force acting on the particle. Find the net force acting on the particle. Yes. So this is along x, this is along y. So in such cases, don't use triangle of addition. Just resolve the vectors, add along the x, add along y, and then find the resultant. In this case, we only if I only want along I cap and j in terms of I cap j cap, I don't even need to find the magnitude. Don't use this. So don't solve in this manner. So resolve all the forces. Let's name the forces. Suppose this is F1 vector, this is F2 vector, this is F3, and this force is F4. So don't add two of them. Resolve each of the vectors. So what can I write? F1 in terms of unit vectors I cap and j cap. So what is f1 in terms of I cap j cap? Lakshya. What can I write f1 as? 20. In terms of I cap and j cap, how can I write f1 vector? And how much j cap? How can I write f1 in terms of I cap and j cap? Twenty I cap, only 20. What is the component of this in y direction? 0. There is no component. So what can I write f1 as? 20 I cap. Lakshya. What can I write f2 as? F2, just f2. In terms of I cap j cap, how can I write f2 vector? Then how did you solve yesterday's question? Did you solve on your own? No. So what is the meaning of writing it in I cap and j cap? We are breaking it into components. Harsha. Lakshya. What will be the components of 50 Newton vector? Sorry, Madhav. How will you write the 50 Newton vector in terms of I cap j cap? No. Abhinav. How will you write this vector in terms of I cap j cap? J cap, 50 cos 37 and sin 37. Whatever the value is fine. That's what we are. Ananta Krishnan. How will we write this vector in terms of I cap j cap? So please listen, and I won't be asking again and again. You have to go home and revise if you're not studying at home. What is the meaning of resolution of vectors breaking into components such that, what is the meaning of components? The sum of the components should give us the vector back again. So in whichever directions I want to resolve, drop a perpendicular in those directions. So if I drop a perpendicular here and here along x and y. So if this is f2, this is theta. Can I say this vector plus this vector will give me this vector? So these are components of f2. What is the meaning of components? Breaking into vectors such that the sum of those vectors gives us the original vector. Now I want the components to be rectangular, so whenever I resolve, I'll always resolve into rectangular components, means perpendicular components. Now instead of using in this manner, you could have also said this plus this gives me this vector if you're using triangle law of addition. This vector plus this vector will give me this vector. Similarly, this plus this gives me this vector. If this length is f2, if this length is f2, what will be this length? If this angle is theta, if this is f2, what will be this length? f2 sine theta. So this length will be f2 sine theta. What will be this length? f2 cos theta. And a simple way is, if this is a, if I'm resolving it into components in perpendicular direction, if this total angle is 90, if this is theta, this is 90 minus theta. If this is a, the component along the angle will be a cos theta. The component away from the angle would be a sin theta. So what can I write f2 as? 50 cos 37 I cap plus 50 sin 37 j cap. What are these values? 40 I cap plus 30 j cap. Now what can I write F3 as? Indra. What can I write F3 as? Did you listen to what I said? So what will be this? Minus I cap. 100. This will be cos 53. The one away from the angle would be sine. This is in which direction? Minus I cap. So this would be minus 100 sine 53 I cap. The x component is negative in this case. And 100 cos 53 j cap. What is sine 53? Minus 80 I cap plus 60 j cap. What will be the F4 vector? Minus 100 j cap. Now find the resultant. What is the resultant? Sum of these vectors. So we can add the I cap components together. I can add the j cap together. So what is the sum of I cap? 20 I cap, 40, 60 I cap, minus 80, minus 20 I cap. What is the sum of j cap? 30 j cap plus 60 j cap is 90 j cap. And all of these were in Newton. I forgot the units. Newton, Newton. So this will also be in Newton. Sorry. So this is 30 plus 60, 90 minus 100 minus 10 j cap. And what angle does it, what is the direction of this vector? Minus 20 means in this direction. Minus 10 means in this direction. So the resultant F net would be in this direction. This is theta, tan theta is 1 by 2. So 180 plus theta, if you're answering with positive x-axis, depends how they're asking the angle. Is this clear? Try a similar question. So suppose these are, so I want to find the tension in each string. The system is in equilibrium. The question is find the tension in each string. So this question is same as asking basically if these three forces are in equilibrium, T2, T3. If you're getting confused, you can just assume T1 is given to us. T1 is 100 Newton. Find the values of T2 and T3 if the three forces are in equilibrium. So we'll understand what is tension in a later chapter. suppose T1 is 100 Newton. You can solve this question. That is same as this question. So basically, T1 is balancing the weight. The weight of the object is mass into G. 10 into 10 is 100, suppose. So just solve this question. If the angles are same as those given there, find the values of T2 and T3 if the system is in equilibrium. So in this case, sine. So that is why now one method is to use Lami's theorem, but because the angles are not very nice, you can calculate those angles using sine addition and subtraction formulae. But rather than using Lami's theorem, if the angles were known angles, suppose it was one what is this 127 degrees, 143 degrees, 150 degrees. If the angles are angles for which we know the values of sine and cos, then for three forces in equilibrium, Lami's theorem would have been convenient. In this case, if you use Lami's theorem, you still get the answer, but to calculate the sine, you'll have to use addition and subtraction formulae. So rather than using Lami's theorem, just resolve the forces. So resolve each of the force along x and y, and then try to solve the question. So don't use Lami's here. Although even that won't be very lengthy, but you'll have to use angle addition and subtraction. So in this case, try to solve this without using Lami's theorem. How do we solve this? So resolve each of these forces. So suppose this is T2. This is T2. This is T3. This is T1. T1 is given as 100. This angle is 60. This angle is 37. So now resolve the vectors along x and y. So resolve them along x and y and then try to solve. So I don't need to resolve T1. T1 is already along y. So resolve T2 and T3 along x and y. So now when I resolve the forces, Madhav, what is the component of T2 along in this direction? What will be the component of T2 in this direction? What is the component of T2 in this direction? Y cos. So this will be T2 cos 37. What will be the component of T2 in this direction? T2 sin 37. So by now you should be comfortable with, you should be able to write this very quickly. I'll explain it for the last time. If this is vector A, this is theta, use sin theta. Sin theta is opposite upon this, so this component will be A sin theta, this length will be A cos theta. So if this is the vector, the component along the angle will be cos, the component away from the angle would be sin. So if this is T2, this will be T2 cos 37, T2 sin 37. If this is T3, what will be this component? T3 sine 60, T3 cos 60. So this will be T3 cos 60. And what will be this component? T3 sine 60. And the y components are in the same direction, so we can add them together. Is this clear? Mother? No. What is the component of this in this direction? What is the component of this vector in this direction? T3 cos 60. Is that clear? We'll be studying vectors till next year only. This will be sine. I just now explained. Na? If this is T3, the component along the angle will be cos, the component away from the angle would be sine. If this is, and unless you go home, try to understand on your own. After a while, I'll stop this, I'll stop asking you. It'll save everyone's time. So, if this is theta, this will be cos, this will be sine. If this is A, this will be cos theta. If this is theta, this will be cos theta, this will be sine theta. This you've done in trigonometry many times. If not many times, but if this is A, this is theta. What was the length of this side? This we did in trigonometry. The purpose of doing it there was so that we save time here. If this length is A, what is this length? A sine theta. If this is A, what is this length? A cos theta. So, what will be the component T2 sine 37, T3 sine 60? Now, if two vectors are in the same direction, I can add their magnitudes together. If the vectors are parallel, what will be the sum? I can add what is A plus B if they're in the same direction. I can write it as A plus B. So, what will be the sum of these two components in the y direction? T2 sine 37, T3 sine 60. And what is in this direction? 100. What is the net force in this case? Mother. What is the sum of all these forces? Lakshya. What is the question? Find the. What was the question? Sorry. So the question is incomplete. Find the tension in each. Here it is correct. If you are writing it in this manner, you should mention they are in equilibrium. So we have to find the tension in each string if the system is in equilibrium. So in this case, just mention it is equilibrium. With the block, it was obvious that it is in equilibrium. So if you're drawing the forces in this manner, forget the block. So it is given that the system is in equilibrium. What is the meaning of equilibrium? Net force is 0. So which means this should cancel this out. And the sum of these two should cancel this out. So what is the value of cos 37? Cos 37 is 4 by 5. And what is cos 60? Cos 60 is 1 by 2. So one relation we'll get from here. Cos 60, first quadrant, all are positive. So when you're writing the magnitude, I've already drawn the vector in this direction. So if you write it as a vector, if this is A, this is B, suppose the magnitude of A is 4, the magnitude of B is 3. So when I'm writing A plus B, now what will be the sum of these vectors? This is 4, this vector is 3. So I'm writing the magnitude here. So what will be the sum of these two vectors? 1 in this direction. Now if you write it as a vector, what will you write this vector as? A will be equal to 4 I cap. If I'm writing it as a vector, what will be B? This will be minus 3 I cap. Then I'll write it as minus 3. Now here I'm writing the magnitude. Is this clear? No. So if the forces are in equilibrium, the net force should be 0. So in this case, T2 into 4 by 5 is, so what do I get from here? T2 is T3, 5 T3 by 8. And what is the other equation? The forces in this direction should also cancel out. So T2 sine 37. Sine 37 is 3 by 5. Sine 37 is 3 by 5. T3 sine 60. T3 sine 60. Sine 60 is root 3 by 2. This is equal to 100. So now you have two equations and two variables. We can solve them simultaneously, or in this case just substitute the value. So if I substitute T2 here, what is T2? 5 T3 by 8. So 5 T3 by 8 into 3 by 5 plus root 3 T by 2 is 100. So 5 and 5 will cancel out. Take T3 common, this is T3. If I take T3 common, I'll be left with 3 by 8 plus root 3 by 2 is 100. So T3 will be 800 upon 3 plus 4 root 3 Newton. So this is T3, and T2 is 5 T3 by 8. So you'll get 500. This is 5 by 8. So 500 upon 3 plus 4 root 3 Newton. You could have also used Lami's theorem, even that would have been simple enough. But there you have to use angle addition or subtraction. How do you apply Lami's theorem in this case? So if you wanted to solve this using Lami's theorem, so how do you calculate that? So what will this be equal to? T1 upon sine 83 is equal to T3 upon sine 127 is equal to T2 upon sine 150. So this is sine 53, this is sine 30. How can I calculate sine 83? Sine 30 plus 53, sine A plus B formula. So you'll get T1 upon sine 30 plus 53 is equal to T3 upon sine 127 is same as sine 53, and T2 upon sine 30. So even this is simple enough. Now substitute the values, you'll get the value of T1. You should get this, no, sorry, T2 and T3. So from the first two equations, you'll get T3. From the first and third equation, you'll get T2. But suppose there are more than 3 forces, then you'll have to resolve. The Lami's theorem was for 3 forces, but if they've given you more than 3 forces, then resolve the vectors. And is this clear? So you're supposed to go home, whatever is done in class, go through it, revise, see which step is not clear. Don't shake your head, no. Do that. Unless the main element is self-study. Unless you go home and go through everything, how is it done? Till now, you're struggling with A cos theta, A sin theta. So unless you put in the main component of the preparation is self-study. Is this clear? Fifth question. What were the values? 5, 5, 9 and 16, I think. So there were certain values given. Let's take any random values. 4, 3, 7, 20, 5, 6, 7, I think this was the answer. 59960. So what I was saying was, if you take any values, now the question was, how do you determine if these represent displacements or if these represent forces? So suppose these represent displacements, in which of the cases can the person return to the starting position? What is the meaning? That the sum of the displacements can be 0, or if these are the magnitudes of forces, in which of the cases can the particle be in equilibrium? If these are the forces acting on a particle, in which of the cases can the particle be in equilibrium? Or if these represent magnitudes of displacements, in which of the cases can the particle or the person return to the Nived? So how do we determine in which of the cases can the person return to its starting position? So in this case, how do we determine that? Anyone? So that is correct. So the point is, if the sum of these vectors is 0, in that case a plus b plus c should be equal to minus d. And what is the maximum value of a plus b plus c? A plus b plus c maximum is, what is the maximum value? This is a plus b plus c. So this should be greater than d. Now, rather than taking all combinations, it is convenient you separate out the biggest one and then check the other three. So in this case, what is the maximum displacement possible for these three vectors when all of them are parallel? So this will be 24. And what is the fourth vector? 25. So the maximum magnitude of these three vectors, maximum magnitude of resultant of these three vectors can be 24. So can it cancel out 25? No. But suppose instead of 25, this was 23. So in this case, the maximum magnitude of these is 24. Can it cancel out 23? Yes. So generally we check this, but here in certain cases we have to be slightly careful as well. So which are those cases? Suppose let's take a value. So in this case, what is the sum of these vectors? Maximum value is 23. So can their sum be 16? Yes. But we should also check their minimum value possible. So now, but it is unlikely that the minimum value is, so suppose if I take any three vectors, if I take these three vectors 10, 1, 13, what is the minimum value of these vectors possible? What is, so generally we just use this, but the point here is, if I want to write a plus b plus c, the maximum value of this is a plus b plus c, and assume some order a is less than b is less than c is less than d. Suppose we've arranged them in this order. Now what will be the minimum value? So if I want to write in this manner, this is the maximum value. What is the minimum value of a plus b plus c? D is the biggest, c is the biggest in this case. So what is the minimum value possible? C minus A minus B. So mod, if suppose we have assumed D is the biggest, A is the smallest, we've arranged them, otherwise we'll have to make cases. So in this case, what is the minimum value possible? So in these three, the two smallest one, they are parallel and they are anti-parallel to the biggest one. In that case, the magnitude of these three will be minimum. But generally in these kind of questions, if you are calculating the minimum, if this is greater than them, so generally the minimum will be less than this because you selected the maximum one. So what I was trying to say was, it should, this value, it should be, oh sorry, this value should be greater than D, but the minimum value should be less than D. But in most of the cases, or almost all cases, we'll have to check, it will be less than D if D is the biggest of them. So generally we don't check this, we just check it with this case. So what is the point here? In this case, is the displacement 0 possible? Take the three smallest. What is the maximum magnitude of displacement using these three? 14. So can 14 cancel 20 out? No. What is the maximum value of these three? The maximum value of these three is 18. What is the minimum value of these three? What is the minimum value of these three possible? What is the minimum value of these three possible? So this may not be actually correct. What is, in this case, what is the minimum value of these three? The resultant of these three vectors, what will be the minimum value of these three? So that was true for a specific case. We'll have to, we'll have to write other cases. In this case, what is the minimum value of these possible? The minimum magnitude of displacement. If these are the three vectors, so A plus B plus C minimum value. What will be the minimum value in this case? Alok. What is the minimum value of, if these are three vectors of magnitudes 5, 6, 7, what is the minimum value of some of these three vectors? 0. So in this case, what is the max, take any two vectors, what is the maximum value of 5 and 6 possible? What is the maximum value of 5 and 6 possible? Take any two vectors, 5 plus 6, 11. What is the minimum value of these two vectors possible? 1. So it is greater than equal to 11, less than equal to 1. So in this case, can the sum of these two vectors be 7? Yes. For what angle we can find the angle? If you want to find the angle, this will be a square plus b square plus 2ab cos theta is c square. A is 5, b is 6, c is 7. So you can find the value of cos theta for which the resultant is. So for minimum, we can make cases if the sum is 0, if the sum is not 0. But in these kind of questions, if you just check the maximum and minimum, the maximum value should be greater than this, and the minimum is almost always, this should be greater than the minimum value. So minimum is generally either 0 or it will be the difference of these. So it will be less than this if we are taking the greatest number. So we generally don't need to check the minimum value. So if I take another example, 2, 3, 7, 9, or can it be, can the sum of these vectors be 0? Can the sum of these vectors be 0? What is the maximum value of sum of these vectors? The maximum value is 12. And what will be the minimum value of some of these vectors? What is the minimum value of some of these vectors? Sum of these three vectors. This will be 2. Sum of these two is 5. 5 minus 7 minus 5 is 2. So 9 lies between 2 and 12. So the sum of these vectors can be equal to 9. So no need to check the minimum one. If you just check the maximum, if you're taking the maximum value, then the sum of these three should be greater than 9. That will be valid. Is this clear? But the minimum value, that will depend. If their sum is less than this, in that case the minimum value cannot be 0. But if their sum is greater than this, the minimum value can be 0. Is this clear? Now write another question. So we'll solve that question later. Before that, let's study another concept. So next, write position vector. The position vector of a particle or a point is the vector joining the reference point in brackets. You can write origin if unspecified. In brackets you can write origin if unspecified. The position vector of a particle or a point is the vector joining the reference point, that is origin if unspecified, to the particle. So whenever we are mentioning the position of anything, we'll always mention with respect to something. So to mention the position of the dustbin, we'll mention it with respect to something. I'll need a reference point. I'll need a coordinate system. So if nothing is mentioned, if only position vector is mentioned, then what is the meaning of this? Suppose this is the point. It has some coordinates x, comma, y. If you're writing it in 2D, this is the x-axis, y-axis. So what is the meaning of position vector? The vector joining the reference point, which is the origin, to this point P. This is called the position vector of the particle or the point. Now, we can also write the position vector of P with respect to another particle. Suppose this is P2. If this is the reference point, what is the position vector of P with respect to P2? The vector joining the point P2 to this. So this will be the position vector of P with respect to P2. But generally, if nothing is mentioned, we are only talking about position vector. If nothing is mentioned, that is with respect to the origin. Is this clear? So this is known as position vector. How did we define displacement? How is displacement defined? How do you define displacement vector? That is the magnitude of displacement. That is correct. How is the displacement vector defined? So displacement vector means displacement vector is change in position vector. Change in position vector is called displacement vector. So generally we denote it by S. So what is the meaning of S? Final position vector minus initial position vector. This is the definition of displacement vector. So what does this mean? Suppose there's a particle here and it moves, the trajectory is not important. After a while, whatever path it took, it eventually reached here. So 1 is the initial position. This is the initial position of the particle, and this is the final position of the particle. So what will be the initial position vector? The vector joining the origin. So this is the same particle which has moved from 1 to 2. So this is the initial position vector, and this vector is the final position vector. So now what is the meaning of displacement vector? The change in position vector. So what is art if this vector is, if this is A vector, this is B vector, what is B minus A vector, Madhav? If this is A, this is B, what will be B minus A vector? So you'll have to go home and revise. So this vector is B minus A from A to B. This vector will be, so this we did, if this is a parallelogram, this diagonal gives us the resultant, these give us the difference. If this is A, this is B, from A to B this will be B minus A, from B to A will be A minus B. So in this case, if I write this vector, what will be this vector? From 1 to 2 will be R2 minus R1. What can I write this vector as? If this is A, this is B, this is C. Using triangle law of addition also, what will be the relation between these vectors A, B, C? B plus C is A. This vector plus this vector will give us this vector. On the head of B we place the tail of C. So from the tail of B to the head of C we'll have the resultant. So B plus C is A. So what is C vector? A minus B vector. So this vector will be A minus B. So from the head of A to the head of B, if it is going from B to A, it will be A minus B. If it is going from A to B, it will be B minus A. So since it is going from 1 to 2, this will be R2 minus R1 vector. And this is the meaning of displacement. What is the meaning of displacement? The vector joining the initial position to the final position. So how do we define the displacement vector? Change in position vector. Final position minus initial position vector gives us the displacement vector. Is this clear? Now, before we look at some questions on this, let us write the position vector in 3 dimension. So until now we've been looking at vectors only in 2 dimension. So suppose you've written this part. So next write position vector in 3D So until now we've been writing vectors only in 2 dimension. Suppose this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis, this is the z-axis. suppose this is a cuboid. The coordinates of this point are a comma 0 comma 0. The coordinates of this point are 0 comma b comma 0. And the coordinates, let's give them some names, a, b, c. This is 0 comma 0 comma c. O is the origin. This is D, E, F, G. So now, suppose what will be the coordinates of point E? What will be the coordinates of point E? What will be the coordinates of this? If this is a cuboid, what will be the coordinates of point D? A comma 0 comma C. The x coordinate is A, the z coordinate is C, it is in the xz plane, so y coordinate is 0. What will be the coordinates of point G? 0 comma B comma C. What will be the coordinates of point F? Sorry, A comma B comma 0. If it is in the xy plane, z coordinate will be 0. And what are the coordinates of point E? A comma B comma C. So suppose I want to write the position vector of all these. So what is the position vector for point A? OA vector will be the position vector for A. What can I write OA vector as? Lakshya. What can I write OA vector as? What is the length of OA? A. In which direction is it? X. So can I write OA as A I cap? Can I write OB as B J cap? And OC will be C K cap. Is this clear? Now, if the next vector is, suppose I want to calculate this vector D. What can I write OD vector as? So, if this is O, this is D, can I write OD vector as OA vector plus OC vector? OA plus OC. This vector plus this vector will give me this vector. Lakshya. Can I write OD vector as OA vector plus OC vector? Or if this is OC vector, can I say AD vector is also OC vector? I can shift the vector parallel to itself. So OC vector is same as AD vector. So OA plus AD, this will give me OD vector. So what can I write OD vector as? OA plus OC. OA is how much? A I cap. OC is C J cap. Sorry, K cap. Now, what is the angle between OA and OC? What is the angle between OA and OC? 90 degrees. Although I've drawn Z, Z is in this direction. In 2D, you cannot draw it in that manner. So, what is the magnitude of OD vector? This is under root of A square plus C square. Is this clear? Now, if I want to calculate OE vector, what can I write OE vector as? OD vector plus DE vector. Can I write OE as OD plus DE? OE vector is this vector. So can I write OD plus DE? On the head of OD is the tail of DE. So vector joining the tail of first to the head of second will give us the resultant. Lakshya. OD vector plus DE vector. Can I say OE vector is sum of OD plus DE? What is the angle between OD and DE? What is the angle between OD and DE vector? DE. What is the angle between OD and DE vector? 90 degrees. So a simple way to visualize is, in this case if you are unable to visualize, use the room to visualize. So if that is x-axis, this is y, this is z. So suppose that is ai cap, this edge at the bottom is bj cap, that is ck cap. So this vector plus this vector will give me what vector? This vector along the ground. So if that length is a, this length is b, what will be this length of the diagonal? Under root a square plus b square. If the length of this edge is a, that is OA vector, this is OB vector. So what will be the resultant of these two vectors? The diagonal of the ground. And what will be its length? Under root of a square plus b square. Now this diagonal that is on the ground and this edge, what is the angle between OC vector and this vector? 90 degrees. So what will be the sum of these two vectors? The diagonal found by them. So this is known as the body diagonal. So if this is a cuboid, this diagonal is called the face diagonal. The diagonal joining those corners, or that corner and this corner, or that corner and the opposite corner there, they are known as body diagonals. So what is the angle between this vector and this vector? 90 degrees. So what will be the magnitude? If the vectors are at 90 degrees, magnitude will be under root of this square plus this square. Is this clear? So angle between them is 90. So similarly, angle between OB and OD is also 90. Or angle between OD and DE is 90. Is this clear? Angle between OD and OB is 90. OB is same as DE vector. Is this clear? So what can I write OD vector as? OD we've already calculated. AI cap plus AI cap plus CK cap. This is OD. What is DE vector? DE vector is same as OB vector. So what is DE vector? BJ cap. And what is the magnitude of OE vector? OD and DE are perpendicular to each other. So can I write it as magnitude of OD square plus DE square? So this will be OD square plus DE square. What is the magnitude of OD is under root a square plus c square. So this will come out to be a square plus c square plus b square. You can rearrange, you can write it a square, b square, c square. Did you understand this? Is this clear, Madhav? No. So in general, if you have any point A comma B comma C, what can I write the position vector of this as? So this can be written as ai cap plus bj cap plus ck cap. Is this clear? So the coordinates of any point are a comma b comma c. What will be the position vector of that point? ai cap plus bj cap plus ck cap. What will be the magnitude of this vector? So this will be under root of a square plus b square plus c square. And what will be the unit vector? What will be the unit vector along this direction? How did we define unit vector? Vector upon its magnitude. So this will be ai cap plus bj cap plus ck cap under root of a square plus b square plus c square. Is this clear? So we have any point a comma b comma c. Its position vector will be ai cap bj cap ck cap. Magnitude will be under root a square plus b square plus c square. So write a couple of questions. Find a vector of magnitude 10. Find a vector of magnitude 10. Not Newton, just magnitude 10. Find a vector of magnitude 10 and anti-parallel. Find a vector of magnitude 10 and anti-parallel to I cap, anti-parallel to TO, you have written correctly, anti-parallel to I cap plus j cap plus 2k cap. Find a vector of magnitude 10 and anti-parallel to I cap plus j cap plus 2k cap. So you have to write a vector whose magnitude is 10 and it is anti-parallel to this vector. What happened? So let's call this any vector A. No. Unit vector along Z is called k cap. But if they specified a specific direction, then you'll have to take that direction as x. Yes. A dot B is not 0. Acha. हाँ. So I'll just explain. Try the next question. What is the meaning of this question? Suppose this is the vector that is given to us. Can I write B any vector? Suppose you have to find the vector that we have to find. Madhav, please listen. The vector that we have to find is the B vector. Can I write any vector as its magnitude and direction? So any vector can be written as its magnitude B into B cap. So you can write it without the mod sign as well. If you're just writing the letter that represents the magnitude. Now, what is given to us? What is B cap? What is the relation between B cap and R cap? What is the relation between B cap and R cap? Madhav. In the question, what is the relation between B cap and R cap? So how do we write B cap in terms of R cap? Minus R cap. If B is in the opposite direction of R, what is negative of a vector? Same magnitude, opposite direction. So if B is anti-parallel, what will be the direction of B cap? Minus R cap. So can I now substitute in these terms? What is the magnitude of B given as? 10. And what is B cap? Minus R cap. So first let us find R cap. What is R cap? R cap is R vector upon magnitude of R. What is R vector? Sorry, AA. Sorry. Minus A cap. And what is A cap? A cap is A vector upon mod A. What is A vector? I cap plus J cap plus 2K cap. And what is magnitude of A? Magnitude of A is under root of 1 square plus 1 square plus 2 square. And what is B cap? Sorry. What is B cap vector? B cap is minus A cap. So minus A cap, this will become minus I cap, minus J cap, minus K cap, root 6. Now substitute this value here. So what will be the answer? B vector is magnitude given is 10. And what is the unit vector in that direction? Minus I cap, minus J cap, minus 2K cap, sorry. Minus 2K cap upon root 6. So this is a vector of magnitude 10 and anti-parallel to A. Is this clear? Lakshya, did you understand this question? Harsha, did you understand this? Write another question. A bird is flying in a straight line. A bird is flying in a straight line from 1, 2, minus 1, from 1, 2, minus 1 to TO, to from 1, 2, minus 1 to minus 1, minus 1, 2. So these are the coordinates. A bird is flying in a straight line from 1, 2, minus 1. Assume them in meters. 1, 2, minus 1 to minus 1, minus 1, 2 at a speed of 20 meter per second. At a speed of 20 meter per second, full stop. Find her velocity vector. find her velocity vector. Please try. So I can write any vector as its magnitude into its direction. So in the question, what is speed? Magnitude of velocity is called speed. So mod v is given as 20 meter per second. So we just have to find v cap. So we have to find the velocity vector. What can I write the velocity vector is magnitude into displacement. Magnitude is given to us, sorry, magnitude into its unit vector. Magnitude is given to us, the unit vector needs to be calculated. So what will be the value of v cap? What will be v cap? That you have to think, can we? Can I say v cap will be same as s cap? If it is moving in a straight line, in that case, v cap is same as s. If I'm moving in this line, the displacement is in this direction. So velocity will be in the direction of displacement if it is traveling in a straight line. So now find s cap, substitute s cap here, that will be the answer. Is this clear? So fine. What is the meaning of displacement vector? Laksh, how do you define displacement vector? How do you define displacement vector? Change in position vector. So displacement vector is final position vector minus initial position vector. Is this clear? What is the final position vector? This is the final position vector, this is the initial. If these are the coordinates, what will be the position vector? Minus I cap minus j cap plus 2k cap. So what is the final position vector? Minus I cap minus j cap plus 2k cap. What is the initial position vector? I cap plus 2j cap minus k cap. So what will be the displacement vector? Minus 2i cap minus 3j cap plus 3k cap. So what will be the unit vector in the direction of displacement? What will be the unit vector in this direction? What is unit vector? Vector upon its magnitude. What is the magnitude of this vector? Under root of ax square, ay square, az square. So this will be minus 2i cap minus 3j cap plus 3k cap upon, what is the magnitude? 9 plus 9 plus 4, 22. So what will be the final answer? V cap is same as S cap if it is traveling in a straight line. So velocity vector will be magnitude. What is the magnitude? 20. And what is the direction? This is minus 2i cap minus 3j cap plus 3k cap upon root 22. Is this clear? Write another question for homework. A particle a particle is moving with a constant velocity. A particle is moving with a constant velocity 2i cap minus j cap minus k cap. Outside the bracket you can write meter per second. A particle is moving with a constant velocity 2i cap minus j cap minus k cap meter per second, full stop. Find the position of the particle. Find the position of the particle after 3 seconds. Find the position of the particle after 3 seconds if initially it was at 0 comma minus 1 comma 1. If initially it was at 0 comma minus 1 comma 1. So when are equations of motion applicable? They are applicable only when acceleration is constant. So you must have studied these equations. V is u plus at, S is ut plus half at square. So these are vector equations. These are vector quantities, but these are applicable only when acceleration is constant. In this question, acceleration is 0. So I can use this equation, but these are vector equations. Is this clear? So we have to find the final position after 3 seconds. Initial position is given to us, velocity is given to us, time is given to us. Displacement vector delta x. So what is displacement vector? Displacement vector is change in position vector. So what is the meaning of change? Final minus initial. Delta means change. So what is displacement vector? Delta r. Delta x means if I'm writing only in one dimension. If the particle is moving along x axis, then you can say delta x. But in general, displacement vector is delta r. If you are moving in one dimension, for one dimensional motion, you can say delta x. Then it is correct. So in the next class, we'll practice some more questions of this. We'll begin dot product in the next class. But these are just 24 questions on resolution of vectors. So and few of them are on position vectors as well. So try these, finish all of these, just 24 questions, everyone. And then we'll continue on Monday. But everyone, please solve these. Even if we don't discuss on Monday, we may discuss it on Tuesday. But please finish till Monday's class. Whose is this? I I picked it from someone. Whose is this? Just check. It may be yours. Sorry. So somebody must have been missing. Just check.
before finishing it, you must prepare all these topics. You might have got it earlier, right? Did you get it? Yeah, fine. So we'll start with Hornbill's, the portrait. Which one you want? Grammar determiners, that topic. You may have only 4 marks for the grammar. Okay, not much. So determiners are actually simple. We'll see. As much as possible, I'll try to finish in this class. So let's start with the portrait of a lady. Can I get here NCERT steps? No idea. Okay, if you have textbook, please open it. Do you have? Don't you? At least one per bench. Why you are sitting there? Please come here. Either of the side. Could you? Yeah. Even one can be here. Um, Grade 11 and 12, the pattern is different, but still, let me tell you one thing. You must be thorough with your topic. Okay, each line by line reading is really mandatory. You may think only knowing the story is enough, because here questions comes in such a way that 6 marks extract. So the 6 marks extract is not that easy, because absolute accurate answer is what they may require. Choices will be there, 4 choices will be there for each question, but all the choices may seem exactly the same as answer, but we need accurate answer. For that, you must be thorough with the chapter. Line by line reading is not that interesting, but you're supposed to do it to crack all the answers. Okay. So just quickly read, we'll go through this chapter, the portrait of a lady, Khushwant Singh. Blue shirt. What's your name? Yeah. Yours. Arjun, please get up and read. The portrait of a lady. Don't you have textbook? Louder. Yeah. Khushwant Singh, you might have heard this name, isn't it? So he's very, no, never. It's a very realistic writer. Means whatever he feels in his heart, he opens it. Whether it sounds ridiculous, absurdity, whatever it is. Very frank writer like Kamala Das. Kamala Das, you know, Madhavi Kuti. She is very frankly open up. Everything is writing. Her writing shows everything what she is. She never afraid of anyone. She never scared about criticism or something. The same way, Khushwant Singh also. That you will come to know from this chapter. This is very emotional account of how the connection between Khushwant Singh and his own grandmother. Continue. Okay, good, Siddha. So what is the tone here the writer used? What kind of tone? Hmm? Humor? Bit of. Okay, any other question? Let me ask you. People said that she had once been young and pretty, and had even had a husband, but that was hard to believe. Why? Who is she mentioned here? Khushwant's grandmother. So people said he had She was pretty, he had children, he had a husband too, but that thing was hard to believe. Why it is hard to believe? Why it is hard to believe? Say, okay, when you see your grandmother, what was her age? When you started to see your grandmother, or in your memory, what was your grandma's age? In your distant memory, what was the first time you recognized your grandma? Maybe that question is not sensible, but still. 55. So how she looked like? Now grandmas are very, Sandur grandmas. Sandur mummies are gone. That is out of fashion. Now Sandur grandmas. What it is mean by Sandur grandmas? Grandmas no more looks like grandmas, isn't it? They are very young. Okay. So 55 and like normal ladies, not much different. My grandma? Supposed to be grandma. So nothing else. So here, Khushwant Singh, at the time he started to see, his grandma was very old. That old, you see, several times he used that word. Okay, old, old. So it is like maybe taunting. We may feel it is how ridiculously he is using that word against his own grandma and his own grandpa, as if he is mocking his grandparents. It's not like that. Whatever he felt, he wrote. Okay, so that's what I said. Very transparent writer. What he feels, he writes. So here, like everybody's grandma was an old woman, she had been old and wrinkled. What is mean by wrinkled? Full of puckered, okay, full of lines. So fine lines which comes on our face over the ages. This is that lines were there. So that is what wrinkle. For the 20 years. So what is the age of Khushwant Singh initially? When he started the story, it was 20 years. So for the 20 years in the sense, his grandma remains the same as when he started to see her 20 years back. 20 years back also the same look. Even after 20 years, there is nothing changed. As it is in the day one he saw, she remains the same. Same wrinkled face, same look, same old, nothing is changed much. How much you relate, you may able to relate, I do not know. നിങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ ഗ്രാൻഡ് മാസ് ഒക്കെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി ഈ കാലഘട്ടത്തിലെ ഗ്രാൻഡ് മാസ് ഒക്കെ ഭയങ്കര മോഡേൺ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് നല്ല ഡൈ ഒക്കെ യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നല്ല എങ്ങായിട്ടായിരിക്കും ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഒരു 70 ഒക്കെ കഴിയണമെന്ന് ഓൾഡ് ലുക്കൊക്കെ വരാനെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. ഈസന്റ് ബട്ട് മൈ ഗ്രാൻഡ് മാ ഐ ടു റിമെമ്പർ, എനിക്ക് ഒരു 3rd സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് ഇരിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ നാട്ടിലോട്ട് വരുന്നത്. അന്നേരം എനിക്ക് ശരിക്കും ഗ്രാൻഡ് മായ പരിചയമാകുന്നു. അതുവരെ അങ്ങോട്ട് ഗ്രാൻഡ് മാ വന്നിട്ടില്ല എന്ന് എൻ്റെ ഓർമ്മയിലില്ല. സോ അന്നേരം തൊട്ട് കാണുമ്പോൾ ഗ്രാൻഡ് ഫാ ഇല്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് ഷീ യൂസസ് സം ദാറ്റ് ആഷസ് ഹോളി ആഷ് എന്താ പറയാ അതിന്, ഭസ്മം. ദെൻ ഈ ഡോത്തി ഇങ്ങനെ ഇടുന്ന ആ ഒരു ഇതാണ്. അതേ ഹെയർ, ആ ഒരു വൈറ്റ് ഗോൾഡൻ ആ ഒരു ഹെയർ. ബ്ലാക്ക് അധികമില്ലായിരുന്നു. മേ ബി ദാറ്റ് ടൈം ഷീ ഈസ് ക്രോസിംഗ് 50 or 55 ദാറ്റ് റേഞ്ച്. ബട്ട് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് ഒരു 70 കഴിഞ്ഞു ആ ലുക്ക് ഒന്ന് മാറി വരാം. ആ 50 തൊട്ടോ ആ 70 വരെ ഷി വാസ് ഇൻ ദ സെയിം ലുക്ക്. ദർ ഇസ് നോ ചേഞ്ച് അറ്റ് ഓൾ, സെയിം ലുക്ക്. 50 ഇയേഴ്സിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ലുക്ക് തന്നെയാണ് ആ 70 ഇയേഴ്സ് വരെ. അതേ ഡ്രസ്സിങ്, അതേ സ്റ്റൈൽ, അതേ ഹെയർ കട്ട്, അതേ ഹെയർ സ്റ്റൈൽ, hair dressing, everything in the same way. Only that holy ashes on her forehead. So this is what her look. So the same way 20 years for Khushwant Singh, her grandma was same as it is. Okay, so very changes for past 20 years the same way. She was very old, puckered face, wrinkled face. So that is what. And why it was hard to believe that he had a husband? She was pretty. She was young once. Why? Because the time he started to see, she is in the same way. So it is very uncomfortable to believe or imagining her pretty face. She had a pretty young face. But we are forgetting that one day we will also become old, isn't it? We will also cross 50. We will also become 80. Touch wood, maybe 90, isn't it? It may happen. So you're staring? No. Very beautiful eyes. So continue. The next person. Have any doubt? That thought was revolting. Revolting in the sense? That thought was revolting. Which thought? Grandma was pretty once, very young once, had children. Okay. And another thing you see, His grandpa's portrait was kept on the mantelpiece, like in the drawing room, living area, place. We prefer to keep the photos and all, isn't it? So that particular place, the grandpa's portrait was there. The grandpa was also looking at least of 100 years old. You see the description given about the grandpa. What was the description given about the grandpa? No textbook, nothing. Okay, what was the description given about the grandpa? A white beard that was almost covering half of his chest, then most of his chest, then because these may come as question. Okay, so describe how Khushwant Singh described about his grandpa. He was very old. His photo was kept on the mantelpiece. Each points which is described about the grandpa in the text you supposed to write. Okay, textual points are what gives you mark, not just general understanding. നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും ചെയ്യുന്ന one common mistake, will understand the story, will write by your word because it is English. We are thorough about it. We can handle it, we think, but that will not fetch you much mark. Textual references are required to get mark. For that, you're supposed to read and understand at least the important points you should keep in your mind. Got it? You use it, you write it, you underline it and revise it before the exam. You use those lines in your answers. Then only you will get mark. Why you all are looking so strange? Are you okay with me? Huh? First time English class? Yeah. Shall I go in this pace or should I slow down? Are you getting it? Fine. Something you are selling. You are saying something? No, nothing. Okay. So please get up and read. So that thought was almost revolting, means that thought was keep coming in his mind, or it can't, it can't even digest, can't understand, or accept it that his grandma was once young and pretty, and he took that matter as a, how she says the fable, the fable in the sense, fables of prophets, fables, prophets. Who is a prophet? A saint, a person of God, angel of God, whatever it is, the prophets. We believe in all the religions some prophets, is it? Whether it is Sai Baba or whether it is Christians or Fatima or Lourdes Mary or whoever it is. We believe those people are really, saints, and some miracles they could do, some wonders, and so many things were written about them. But some steps we believe it is not actually logic. We may think is into some statues are weeping, some statues are producing shedding tears and shedding blood. That is somewhat whatever it is sensitive matter, so I am not touching about it. So anyhow, here Khushwant Singh have heard lot of stories or a lot of fables about the prophets, but he didn't accepted it, or to his logic sense it was not worth, but he just listened the grandma's stories and fables of prophet, and he considered this piece of information also one among the fable, okay, which he couldn't believe. Then next, coming to the second paragraph, pass to the next person. Who is next to Arjun? Nived. Come on, Niveda, come on. Did you finish it off? Come out. I will give you a task. Come out. Okay. So here, if I am not entertaining you, you will start to entertain yourself. That may distract my class. So now you've read about the description of the grandma. No? Just act it out how she might be. So it is. What is the description given? No, just make them one image how the grandma. Hey, it is given. All the informations are given. Just act out. The wrinkles always, everywhere to everywhere, which means there is not even a single spot without wrinkles. Everywhere it is completely covered with wrinkles. The face is completely puckered. Puckered wrinkles or wrinkled, both are same. Nice. Her dressing, the way of walk, and some information is given. You just try. Okay, tell me the difference between pretty and beautiful. One line you read, no? She was not pretty, but she was beautiful. What it is mean by pretty, beautiful? Synonym we might have learned, isn't it? Pretty, beautiful, synonym. You never? Yeah. So what is the difference between pretty and beautiful here? Uh, Pretty in the sense outward beauty. Okay. Beauty in the sense? Appearance. More about appearance. Pretty. Then beauty? Very good, very good, very good. Give a good clap. Okay, so pretty, it is like cute, poogie type, whatever it is, your present slang. Okay, so that is what here mean by pretty. But beauty is, it's all together. The aesthetic sense, okay, it mandatory not be very young and pretty, but the character, the attitude, the personality, everything all together, whether he is doing something behind me, come this side, yeah, Nived. Okay. So you people are really good. If one of my regular batch means you would have done so many things behind me. Okay. You tell, you can't. So, no, please go. So I'll tell you how it would be, no? So here, so everywhere to everywhere, the grandma is filled with wrinkles now. And she wears a white sari or salwar. What is given? Salwar, sari. Sari, right? What she was wearing? Sari or salwar? Not mentioned. Spotless white? Spotless white? White dress, okay. Spotless white. She hobbled about the house in the spotless white. Okay, it is a sari or silver not given. Sorry to ask you, which community they belong to? A caste or something like that? Did you get anything about them? Huh? Christians? No. Then anything else? Punjabis. Okay, how did you come? Turban, yeah, exactly. Okay, so actually Kishan Singh belongs to Punjab. So this is, okay, they are Punjabis. So the grandfather was using a turban. All these Kushwant Singh, the very name itself suggests the same thing. So here this lady wears a white spotless dress and she used to tell the rosaries in the sense? What we say in Jabamala or something which contains beads. Okay, she always carries that. And she hobbles. Maybe some wound or some problem with the leg, so she can't walk properly. And one hand she keeps on her hips. So how she might be walking all around the house? She'll be keeping one. And another side the rosary. And she'll be moving like this. Okay, hobbling, running around like this all around the house. Okay, so she was a little stoop, bending. Okay, stoop in the sense bending. So she bends and says always monotonous way, keep repeating the same Rama Rama Bhagavad Gita or something, whatever it is, she will be keep repeating the prayers and hobbling around the house. Next to Nived, stand up there and read. So initially he repeated the word volt, 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 and now he added one beautiful word. She was looking like an expanse of pure white serenity, breathing peace and contentment. So now he is comparing his own grandmother towards the beautiful winter landscape. During the winter time, the mountains covered with white snow, no? So he is comparing his own grandmother with the winter landscape. Continue. Quick, quick. Ah. So here starts another important thing. This is all about, I said, Khushwant Singh and his grandmother, the relationship between these two. This relationship had, three main phases, PHASES, okay, so three different stages. So the first stage starts here. They were good friends. My grandmother and myself were good friends. Next, continue. Uh. So the reason of getting their bond very close, Khushwant Singh's parents were not there. They left and they moved to the city. So now Khushwant Singh and his grandmother, only these two people were there in the village. So the bond was very huge. Next. Underline, these are very important points. Okay. So how was the first phase of the relationship? So she used to wake him up in the morning. Continue. So she keeps saying, repeating the prayer even when he gives bath to his grandson. What is the intention of the grandmother? When she keeps repeating these prayers, one day or one fine day, her grandson also will pick up the prayers. Okay, so that was the intention. So while giving bath also, she was keep saying the prayer. Wake him up, feed him, and even give him bath. And then next. But Khushwant Singh is on our side. Okay, he listens because his grandmother had a beautiful voice, but he never had an intention to pick it up. Okay, muck up the song. Next. Learn it. Then. Wooden slate. Have you ever seen slates? Okay. Next. Ah. I don't know for what purpose ink pot, because slate, that is some chalk, isn't it? Okay, ink pot. Then spread on it. Have you ever eaten chapati with butter and sugar? That is a different taste. But here, stale chapati. We do not know why. It's not fresh. Okay, stale one is given to Khushwant Singh. We'll come to know what is the reason. Next, continue. For the village dogs. Okay, so food also plays an important role in the story. Okay, so here stale chapatis for the child as well as for street dogs. Whether they are safe, no idea. Anyhow, Khushwant Singh revealing that thing. Okay, so he was given what food given to the street dog. Anyhow, he is revealing that, never hiding anything. So Khushwant Singh says that the grandma was giving stale chapati. Stale chapati in the sense here, maybe the previous days. Okay, the previous night she might be prepared it. You know, Punjabis usually feed with this chapatis. They love chapatis very much. So here, maybe the previous night's chapati. The next day morning it becomes stale chapati, isn't it? So it was given to the child as well as the street dogs. But feeding, you just think that they always taken care of the animals, isn't it? Street dogs, which were fed by the grandma. Next, continue. Next person. So this is the first phase. Remember, waking up, giving her a bath and giving him bath, and then the prayer, repeating the prayer and feeding him, taking his slate and chalk and ink pot and going along with Kushwant Singh to the school. On the way, they fed the street dogs. Next. Ah, okay. So the school was attached, village school, not the present condition. Village school in those times where classes were held in the, temple, churches, all those things. My mama used to tell when she was in those times schools were not there. So what they used to do, churches, temples and all are having a big courtyard and all, isn't it? So there the classes were held. So one such experience they had. Here also, the school was attached to the temple. So inside the temple, the devotees will sit and do the prayer. Outside in the courtyard, veranda, all those areas, these people were given tuitions or, something, the basic alphabets, all those things, all those steps. Next, continue. Mm. Veranda in a chorus. So they were taught alphabets as well as the prayers. Okay, prayers, which means the religious prayers were taught in the school. Next. Hmm. Temple door. Next. They followed us. Okay, so this is the first phase. So what was the first phase? Both of them went to school together. So morning, all those routines were done. Both went to the school, same time. While grandma was sitting inside the temple and doing the prayer, grandson learns alphabets and prayers. The children sings in chorus. So when they come back, near the door, temple door, the street dogs will wait for the stale chapatis. Okay, so this is the routine usually happens. So this is the first phase. Second phase, continue. When my parents, so what are the things get changed here? Tell me quickly, quickly. You are all listening, right? Tell me, what are the things get changed here? Now how Kushal Singh go to school? Motor bus. Now do grandma need to accompany him? No need. Next. Next, what are the other things changed? In village he went to temple schools here. Village school. Here, English school. He go by school bus. Next. One more thing. What? Huh? No dogs. Instead? Sparrows. Feeding sparrows. Okay, so differentiation you understood, right? Yes. Next, next, quick. Red shirt. So red t-shirt, please. So the turning point understood, right? So the paragraph. Continue. Next. Hmm. 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 Okay, okay, okay. Sit down. That paragraph is over, right? No. Continue. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so the paragraph beginning to say this, there, later on they see less each other. They're in the same house, same place. What it shows, see, let me ask you one thing. How you were initially, the starting days, LKG, UKG, first standard, second standard, as soon as reach home, what was your routine? What do you used to do? Appedu. What did you say? Sorry to say that. It is unparliamentary, but still, yeah, tell me. You play as soon as reaching home. No need to change dress even. You don't even change dress. Immediately you jump into. Where is there? With whom you play? Okay, okay, okay. You drive your own car. Okay, fine. Nothing you inform about your, what had happened in the school to your mom? Okay, okay, fine. That is different. Yeah, yeah. Girls, I think girls are very good in that. Don't you tell? Mama, Nandana pinched me here, So Reshma took my pencil, she sharpened it, and she threw it somewhere. So many complaints you may raise, Otherwise you may tell, Mama, Lily teacher, today she wore a pink color, what, lipstick or something. Huh? Her earring was so beautiful. No, nothing. I tell you one thing. My family, excuse me, get me back. So my family, we just relocated from Bangalore to here. There Canada, and here it is Canada and English, and here it is Malayalam. I was very much, feeling sorry for my daughter how she may pick up. She was just in first standard, starting with Malayalam alphabets. How she may catch the words, all those things were worrying me so much. But the worries, everything, passed away on the very first day. Because on the very first day when she returned back, when I was asking something again and again, she was very much furious, and she said me one thing, Mama, Brandamano. What? I was really, Mama, Brandamano. What she's saying. Then did you understand what she was asking? What? Ammaki Brandando. Got it. The very first day I understood and reassured myself she will quickly learn Malayalam. Okay. Because within a single day this much change is okay. Anyhow, so as children we always, report everything, whatever happens in the school. We as soon as reach home, what happened? What happened? Are you okay? Sit properly. So because this class is recorded, you all sit straight, okay? Do not bend down. Okay, it's recorded. Video is recording. So make sure you all are listening. See, you're bending down. I will face the problem. Yeah. Hope you will understand. So here, yeah, everything will report. Okay. So then gradually, once you reach to higher classes, you started to protect your friends, isn't it? Even if your mama is saying something about your friends, no. How do you say that? You may start to protect. The same person initially were blaming the other people, isn't it, in the class. So gradually you started to protect your friends. Then gradually you will not tell anything to your parents, but your world will shrink inside your friends. You will share everything with your friends, but nothing leaks out. Okay, so you will not tell anything to your parents. That is actually not so good. Okay, not advisable. At least what's happening to you, your parents must know. Then they may know. Then they get conscious and cautious about what's happening around you. They can advise you betterly, because the only being selflessly loving you is not your friends. Sorry to say that, it's your parents. Okay, of course, friends, there are such good friends, but still, the one who is selflessly loving you is your parents, nobody else in this world. So time will prove that. So here, what Kushwant Singh, come back? Yeah. So the detachment of city life. They are in the same house, but started to see very less. Grandma always involved in his teaching, alphabets, prayer song, everything she knew, so she was teaching him. But when it comes into the case of city school, English school, everything in English, grandma couldn't help. Moreover, here he is learning, when she asks about whatever he learned in the school, he is talking about gravity, Archimedes principle, and the world is round, which and all, out of her, box, okay, which he couldn't even imagine. But what was disappointed her the most?
Nothing about God.
Ah, very good, very good. Okay, so that is one important point. What was disappointed? The first thing is there was nothing about gods and scriptures taught in the English school. Second thing is there. Second thing, which disappointed grandma? The lessons about music, because grandma thought music had some livid connection. What is that? Harlots and beggars. Harlots in the sense prostitutes. Okay, so they only use the music. This is what the thought. Just imagine some 25 to 30 years back, asking girls for party or DJ or something. How they people might have taken it. So you don't want CCTV, yeah? 30 years back, every nook and corner somebody will be there. Okay. So I am telling my own experience. By the way, from my school to my home, both sides of road, lot of my relatives are there. If anything goes wrong, before I reach home, there will be a phone call. Before I reach home, the information comes. Okay, so how it passes? No CCTV, nothing. Your relatives have thousands eyes. Okay, on you, you may have only 2 eyes. The people are very much curious and they report everything. This is village life. City life is totally different. City life is just an example. Very recently, what happened in Delhi. The owner even do not know what had happened, does not know, isn't it? The lady was killed and kept inside the refrigerator for 4 days. So the owner, the very owner who is staying down was not knowing that. This is city life. The next door who is staying, who is there, what is happening to them, nobody cares about it. It is their privacy, their personal, whoever comes, whoever goes, that is their problem. That is none of my problem. That is not my cup of tea. This is the present lifestyle. Okay, the village lifestyle is totally different. So anyhow, they are in the same house, they are sharing the same room even, but the distance started on the second phase, remember. So these all are question answers. First phase, very close bond was created when they were in the village school and the teachings, everything you remember, I hope. Then coming to the city life, they are staying in the same house, same room, but distance, the crack started, okay, because she couldn't help him in studies. Are you getting? Okay, shall we move? Please read. Next comes another change in that. Now he is going to university. +1, +2 in those days were called as pre-degree, isn't it? Yeah, university. Now, for the first time, he got a separate room. When he started to go to university, he got the separate room. All these years, grandma and grandson shared the same room. Next. The common link of friendship was snapped. So that was the only link. What was the only link? They shared the same room. Okay, that was the only thing remained in between them. Now that also snapped. Okay, so he got a separate room. My grandmother accepted her seclusion with resignation. What is that? Accepted the seclusion with the resignation. Seclusion with the resignation. Very quietly she accepted the changes, whatever happened. Okay, he separated. He's moving to the separate room. Now she's all alone. But there is no complaints. She accepted the reality. Next. Oh, so her favorite pastime is she always. What's your name?
Harsha.
Your brother studied here? What was his name? Bharat. Last batch? Okay. Facial expressions or resemble someone. Okay. Anyhow. From sunrise to sunset, she sat by her spinning and reciting prayer. So which was her favorite pastime? Favorite pastime? Spinning the wheel. Okay, next continue. Listen. So that relaxation, half an hour in the afternoon she relaxed. How she relaxed? Watching Netflix? No. Then what? What was her favorite relaxation? Feeding the sparrows. Okay, next, continue. So what she was feeding for the sparrows? Stale chapati or what? What was she feeding for the sparrows? Bread and pizza. breadcrumbs. Okay. Breadcrumbs. Chirrupings. Okay, bedlam of chirrupings. What it is mean by? So thousands of sparrows comes, the sharp shrieking voice, that is what chirrupings. Bedlam of chirruping. If all of you started to speak, how it will be? Huh? It kind of disturbance, isn't it? A chaotic situation. That is what bedlam of chirrupings. Next. Huh. How loving. The moment you just imagine some of them sit on her leg and some of them on her shoulder and some of them on her head. You just imagine all the sparrows sitting on her body. Next. Huh. Never shoos them away in the sense, never chase them out. Next. So that far relaxation is feeding the sparrows. By the time they may sit on her lap and they eat that and sit on her lap and her shoulder, and she never chew them. It is her one of the favorite pastime. Next, what's her name? Ragamalya. Sorry, Rag. Continue.
When I decided to go abroad for further studies, I was sure my grandmother would be upset. I would be away for 5 years, and at her age, one could never tell. But my grandmother was so. She was not even sentimental. She came to leave me at the railway station, but did not talk or show any emotion. Her lips moved in prayer. Her mind was lost in wonder. Her fingers were busy telling the beats of her rosary. Silently, she kissed my forehead, and when I left, I cherished the moist imprint as perhaps the last sign of physical contact between us.
So this is the third phase. Okay. First phase, village school. Second phase, city life. Third phase, moving to abroad. Okay. So the second phase itself sometimes may ask in two different ways. One is once he joined to the university and before. So okay, these three phase question may come in different way. Either three phase in general. In general means village, city and abroad. Or else the city life itself two different phases. Once he reached the university and before, and then village. So remember, as per the question, you may supposed to answer the three different phases. Got it? So now he is moving to abroad. How many years? For 5 years. Okay. So she went to drop him. What? Yeah. So went to the railway station. There also she was not ready to speak anything. Her mouth was keep repeating the prayers, and she gave a lovable cuddle and give a kiss on his forehead. Okay, so that moist imprint was the only communication between them. Though they are not communicating, there was some information passed that she is keep praying for her grandson, and the love and affection is not much expressed outwardly. There are people, they may have hell lot of love inside, but they never show out. They feel that they are inferior when they show out, they express their love. Okay, so some are just opposite. If nothing is there, they will express so much, which makes the others to think that they are so much in love, but nothing will be there inside hollow. Okay, like what? Bamboo stick. Okay, so outside it looks so beautiful, but inside it is empty. So that is the thing. So here our grandma is first category. Inside, a lot of love, lot of affection, a lot of care about her grandson, but outsidely she is not so expressive. But now grandson thought, this may be the last time I am seeing my grandmother. After 5 years, she may be there, may not be there, because it is old. She is already old, isn't it? For the past 20 years, she is in very much pretty old. And now, after 5 years again, seeing is possible or not, with that question he was leaving. But touch wood, grandma is very healthy. She was safe and sound even after when he come back from abroad. That is there? No. Continue, ma. Next. It was nice, the reading.
But that was not so. After 5 years, I came back home and was met by her at the station. She did not look a day older.
A day older. She was not even seen a day older. Okay, for the past 20 years and even this for 5 years, nothing is changed. She remains the same as.
She still had no time for words, and while she grasped me, I could hear beside her bed. Even on the first day of my arrival, her appeared moments were illness spells, whom she tread longer and very
Frivolous rebukes. Okay. So here, there was no Adambaram. Even after her grandson coming from abroad after 5 years, she was not showing anything. Okay, she was as usual, not much expressive. Even on the very first day of her grandson's return, her favorite time passes spending that half an hour with the sparrows. Okay, so frivolous rebukes. She often passes frivolous rebukes in the sense. Do your parents do or not, I do not know. My mother-in-law does. You know, she points out each crows in some sort of features she noted down. Okay, one either has some problem with the wings or the problems with the leg or something with a crooked beak or something. One or the other identification she may have. And suppose we have a cat, one abandoned, which was fed every day, so it comes every day. See, if one day it is not coming, when it comes for the next day, my mother-in-law, "Nilla evideyairunnu? Evada thandi thinnan poyirunnu? Ipo oridum kittadayappo ingottu vanna." To whom she is talking? To the cat. Okay, as if it is someone in the family, she will be keep asking, arguing, and if there is any mark on its face, she'll give left and right to the cat. Okay, means never beat. She asks, "Naadavilla ninakku? Adi undakkumbol." As if her advice will work out on the cat. I have no idea, but she is much engaged with that cat. Okay, some sort of fondness. So this is what frivolous rebukes, not contemning actually, not scolding exactly. It is a way of expressing their love. Okay, next. Frivolous rebukes. Next.
In the evening, she came over. She did not pray. She collected all the bones of the neighborhood, brought it all down, and started to sing. For several hours, she thumped the stagnant strings of the dilapidated drum and sang the homecoming of war hymns. We had to persuade her to stop to a worry overstrain. That was the first time since I had known her that she did not pray.
Okay, so now what had happened? That day, that particular day when her grandson returned from abroad, she skipped prayer. Usually she used to pray a lot of time. That particular evening she didn't pray. Instead of that, what she did, she took a dilapidated, means a saggy skin to a drum, okay, and gathered the ladies of a neighborhood and they started to sing songs of homecoming there, some devotional songs or something, okay. Instead of praying, she spent the time like this, and then that particular day seems odd in a way which is not in her routine. So it is out of her routine. And then what happened next? This side, please.
The next morning, she was ill. She was taken ill. It was a mild fever, and the doctor told us that it would go. But my grandmother thought differently. She told us that her end was near. She said that it is only a spillover. It was the last chapter of her life. She had omitted to pray. She was not going to waste any more time for us.
That's it. So here, so that the next day what had happened? She got chill or she got fever. Okay. So the doctor diagnosed there is nothing, mild fever, nothing is going to happen. She will be fine. But she said no. This is my last day. Okay. So this is the last chapter of my life. She predicted in such a way, and she omitted to talk with any of them, and she was regretting for skipping the prayer on the last time. Okay, the previous day she skipped the prayer. She was feeling regret, so she said, "I'm not going to talk with anyone. I'm going to spend the rest of my time before I am leaving. I am going to prayer. I am not going to skip the prayer." Continue, ma. Please continue. The last till to the end. Finish. Peace of pallor. Peaceful pallor. What it is meant by pallor? Did any what screen or any shroud fell on her face? No. What it is meant by peace of pallor in the sense? A paleness, okay, which comes on her face.
And we knew that she was dead. We lifted her off the bed and, as is customary, laid her on the ground and covered her with a red shroud. After a few hours of mourning, we left her alone to make arrangements for a funeral. In the evening, we went to her room with a crude stretcher to take her to be cremated. The sun was setting and had lit her room and veranda with a blaze of golden light.
Okay, fine, sit down. So here, now, even though the family members restricted, the grandma was not ready to talk with anyone. She continued saying prayers. Before anyone detect, she was passed away. The rosary was fell from the lifeless fingers of grandma. She is passed. So everything is arranged. A crude stretcher was brought at the evening to take the grandma's body. The body was kept on the particular room where she was spending, and they kept the body, did all the shrouds which they cover, red shroud they cover, isn't it, before the cremation. So all these things were done, and they locked the room and gone. Evening when not locked the room, they leave the body in the room and gone. So evening when they were coming back, the evening sunlight covered the room full of yellow light, as if the nature also paying some sort of homage, or it is giving a tribute to the grandma. So the room is completely filled with yellow light, and what they witnessed there, they couldn't come to the room, they couldn't enter into the room, because from halfway the veranda till inside the room, what was covered? What was covered? The sparrows. Okay, they covered the entire veranda, and in her room, surrounding her body, the sparrows were there. Thousands of sparrows were there. Kushan Singh very nicely using the word. Thousands of sparrows were there, but not even a single sparrow was chirruping. Complete silence. Earlier, hundreds of sparrows comes with bedlam of chirruping. He used the word, isn't it? A lot of chaotic sounds, sharp sounds were created by these creatures. But on the day of death, surrounding her dead body, several sparrows were there, but none of them were making noise. Just imagine nowadays what is happening in our these types of houses, sad demise places. What is happening? We never bother about who is died, whoever is there. We may use phone calls, we may attend the calls, we may take selfies with the dead body. Nonsense, isn't it? We may call selfie, you may find out, but there are several people. There are several people. When it is like a get-together function for them, if anyone passed away. So they keep the dead body, and surrounding all family members sitting with the dead body, they may take the snaps and posting in the family WhatsApp group. What kind of trend? We do not know. We call those animals and sparrows and birds at five. They may have only 5 cents. We have 6 cents. It is a question. Questions are making a question. Who lost the sense? We or the animals? Actually, we are very proudly saying we are 6 sense people. Do we really have? When we compare ourselves with the animals, certain situation we do not. What is the thing? Sixth sense we may say, no? We say animals have only 5 cents. Don't you know? Animal birds നെല്ലാം 5 അറിവ് മാത്രമാണ് ഉള്ളത്. മനുഷ്യനാണ് 6 അറിവ് ഉള്ളത്, അല്ലേ? അല്ലേ? അറിവ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് common sense, which is the sixth one is common sense, which we say. കേട്ടിട്ടേ ഇല്ല ഇന്നവരെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ. The sixth sense is common sense, which only human beings have, no other creatures have. Okay, but in certain situations, they are proving that they have the sixth sense, which the human beings lack. So here, in front of or surrounding the dead body, these thousands of sparrows are staying quiet, paying their last homage. Okay, so next beautiful line comes, the twist in the story. What is that? Now the body is taken, these sparrows flew away, maybe around the terrace or somewhere they might be there. The poor Kushwant Singh's mother felt sorry for the sparrows. So she took the bread and make it into small pieces and threw it for the sparrows. She thought every day grandma is feeding, today grandma is there, so I'll feed it for the sparrows. The lion, the sparrows, they do not took no they do not took notice of the breadcrumbs, which means they know, they saw it, but they did not come for the breadcrumbs. Why did they come? They come to see the grandma, okay, to pay the final homage. So the lines, next level. So here, the next day, the servants came and swept the breadcrumbs away. എന്റെ പട്ടിക്ക് വേണം നിന്റെ breadcrumb. അങ്ങനെ പറയാതെ പറഞ്ഞു കുശ്വന്ത് സിംഗ്. Okay, the sparrows are telling like that എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നി. Okay, so how you people are taking it, I do not know. The last lines, he nailed. So it is like animals, their attachment, their love, it is totally different. They are not expecting anything from you. You can't fetch the love from them by paying anything, okay? When we need time, we have to spare with the elderly people. Why our friends are becoming so important in our circle than our family members? There are two sides for coin. One is നിങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും കുഞ്ഞായിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഇന്നത്തെ ജനറേഷൻ വളർന്നു വരുന്നത് അമ്മമാർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പേരൻസിന് ഒരുപാട് സമയമില്ല നിങ്ങൾ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ, അല്ലേ? ഒരു ഭയങ്കര ഒരു കെയോട്ടിക് ഒരു ലൈഫാണ്. എല്ലാവരും ബിസി 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 ബിസി. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സമയമുള്ളപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളെ കേൾക്കാൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ പേരൻസിന് സമയമില്ല. ഇനി ഒരു സമയം വരും നേരെ തിരിച്ച് കോയിൻ ഫ്ലിപ്പ് ആകും. എങ്ങനെ? അവർക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമാതിരി സമയം ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും, നിങ്ങളെ കേൾക്കാൻ അവർ ഒരുപാട് ആഗ്രഹിക്കും, നിങ്ങളൊരു ഫോൺ കോൾ കിട്ടാൻ അവർ ഒരുപാട് ആഗ്രഹിക്കും, നിങ്ങളെ കൂടെ ഒരു 10 മിനിറ്റ് ഇരിക്കാൻ അവർ ഒരുപാട് ആഗ്രഹിക്കും. അന്നേരം ആരെ കാണില്ല? You will not be there, okay? Don't forget the same comes to you also. So when you are with your family members or relatives or whoever it is, please be with them, spend the time with them as much as possible. ആ ഒരു സർക്കിളിനകത്ത് ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും ചേട്ടനും അനിയനും ഒക്കെ കൂടി ഇരിക്കില്ല. ആ ഒരു സമയം don't give it for mobile, don't give it for entirely to the television. Sit together, talk, build a relationship, okay? Build love there. That is really important than anything else which you will come to know very lately. അപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ഒരുപാട് സമയം കടന്നു പോയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. This lesson gives you the value of relationship, how much it is important, okay? It is easy to fade away, but very hard to build and keep, okay? So pay some time for that, take extra effort to keep that good relationship to maintain, okay? So that is the topic. Next, quickly notice writing, shall we go? Just for a change. Notice writing. Your composition is notice writing for the exam. Pattern. Comprehension passage is the first one. 5 to 8 paragraphs will be there. You must go through the paragraph. Based on that, 5 questions will be there, which may be choose the correct answer, complete the sentence type, and even question answer type, and even synonyms or antonyms. That anyhow 5 marks, 5 questions will be there. Then grammar and creative writing, 4 marks for determiner pattern questions. Choice will be there, you have to choose the appropriate answer. And then next 4 marks for notice writing, that comes under creative writing. Then the entire part 8, 13, then remaining 12 marks for literature. That's split up like 4 marks for extract type, another 4 marks for short answer, 2 questions you may need to write from the 4. Okay. Then last 4 marks for paragraph question. 2 will be given, any one you may need to choose. Okay. Choice will be given in the literature part except extract. Extract 4 questions will, extract in the sense passage or stanza from a poem will be given. Based on that, 4 questions will be asked. Okay. So you have to answer that. Any other doubt? Total 25. 25 marks. Okay. So this 4 marks notice writing. First thing is, note, if you want to just jot down the points, please write it down. First thing is, your notice should be inside the box. Can you just help me to take a blackboard, I mean whiteboard? Can you use this to use? I have never used. Huh?
Use this pen.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, thank you. I didn't see. So, yeah, I have never used this board, so first time I am using. So, your notice should be inside the box. Okay. First thing, write that. Your notice should be inside the box. Suppose if this is the paper, close to the margin, you should draw the box. You can use both ways, either write first, then put the box, or else first itself put the box and then write. Only thing, you should not put the box in the middle of the paper. If this is the paper, do not put your box in the middle. Maximum extension, borders you supposed to use to make the box. Not the entire page. ഒരു page മുഴുവനും എടുക്കണമെന്നല്ല പറയുന്നത്. But use both the sides. Okay, up to the edge you supposed to use. So your notice should be inside the box. First thing is the organization or the school name, the office or organization or school which is issuing the notice, that name should be there. Okay, first thing is organization name. It may be a school, name of the organization comes at top. The organization may be a school. Okay, sometimes in the question itself the school name will be given, or your name, what is your role, everything will be given. You are Rohit or Rohini, the cultural secretary of ABC school, something will be given. So your name is given, your designation is given, your school name is given. If all these informations are given in the question, utilize only those. Okay, use only those. Your name will be Rohini, you are the cultural secretary, the school name should be ABC, so and so. What is the school name is given, that. Okay, if the stuffs are given already in the question paper, the same stuff you supposed to use in your notice. If it is not given, you can use any random organization name, any random designation which is related to the question you can choose. Kittiyo, kittila. Yes or no? Okay, fine. Organization name first. Second comes notice in bold letters. Okay, notice in bold letters. Second is notice in bold letters. Remember, all these are format. For the format, you have 1 mark. Writing the format correctly, having 1 mark. Then content, you have 2 marks. And accuracy, if it is grammatically correct, then you will get 1 mark. Together, 4 marks. This is your marking scheme for notice writing. First format, then content, then accuracy. Accuracy in the sense grammatically error-free. Then you will get this 1 mark. Together, 4 marks. So first organization name, then notice, then comes the date. Date you can write at the left side corner. Today's date is what? 4th, right? 4th July 2026 or 20XX. Anything you can use, 20XX or 2026. This should be the format. Do not write like this, 4726 or 4. This format is wrong. Got it? You're supposed to use only this format. Date, month and year. Year instead of 2026 you can write 20XX also, no matter. Then there will be a title. What is the purpose of writing this notice? That's supposed to be the title. If it is a robotic workshop, or if it is a inter-house competition, or if it is a drama or exhibition or whatever it is, book sale, book fair, whatever it is, the purpose will become the title. Okay, got it? If the organization name is given in the question paper, use only that. No need. Notice only should be in all caps. Okay. Only notice should be in all caps. Organization, if you want beginning letters, you can use as caps. Or ABC, abbreviation means you can write in caps. That's it. Not entire thing in caps. Okay, notice, all the letters in the notice should be in caps. Okay, date over, title over. Then There comes the information. The information you're supposed to use a third person. Okay, I, we, our, this types of first person, second person do not use. You can use, and better you can choose the third person pronoun and say it as if it is happening in one particular school. This is to inform you so and so, the school is organizing so and so, the school, the event. Likewise, if it is happening to the third person, report the information. I, my school, our school do not use such a type of interpretations. Is it clear? So use third person, and then your language should be simple. Better you can choose simple present tense or simple future tense if it is necessary. Okay. Simple language you can use. And the content, what are the things should be there? Your content should say what, when, where, how, why, as per the requirements. Okay. Why this particular notice is published? What is the purpose of this? Where the event is taking place? When the event is taking place? Who and all supposed to attend the event? Such a type of mandatory information precisely you may need to write, because you are asked to use only 50 words. The word limit is 50 words, so you must adhere to the word limit. 50 words means you needless to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and all. You needless to write so much. Okay. The precise mandatory information only you need to write. Okay. I'll give you one example so you will come to know it. Okay, so your content should write having all these information. Then after the content, you can add one line that for further inquiry, for further details, you can contact the undersigned. For further details, you can contact the undersigned. In common, we use this. It's not mandatorily used in every notice. Ella notice use avashamilla. This is a common line which we use. Okay. Then finishing this after the content, if it is contact the undersigned. Then finally you can write the name. If it is given in the question paper, that name only you are supposed to use. And inside the bracket you can use the designation. Are you a cultural secretary or whatever it is? Or house captain or school head boy, whatever it is. Okay. So that is the designation. So this is the format of your notice writing. First organization name, then notice, then date, then title, then your content should include all these matters, date, day, all the necessary information. Remember, sometimes 3 dates comes in a notice. One is the day you are issuing the notice. This is the day the notice is published. And another is the day of the event. One particular day the event must be taken place, isn't it? And another date is before the event you are asking the people to give the names as a final date. You may give one date. So 3 dates may come. So use your instinct to use the dates wisely. 2026 ജൂലൈയിൽ നോട്ടീസ് വിട്ടിട്ട് മെയിൽ കൊണ്ട് 2026 മെയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ പേര് തരാൻ പറയുമോ? It is highly impossible, isn't it? So you can use your common sense for all such dates. Do not come a clash with the dates. Okay, there should not be a clash in between dates. Is it clear? Shall I give an example? So for that only you will get time, I believe. Where is someone? Yeah. I'll give one sample. The water supply will be suspended for the water supply. The water supply will be suspended for 8 hours. The water supply will be suspended for 8 hours. Inside the bracket 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. On 6th of March, for cleaning of the water tank. For cleaning of the water tank. For cleaning of the water tank. Once again, the water supply will be suspended for 8 hours inside the bracket 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That is inside the bracket. On 6th March for cleaning of the water tank. Full stop. Write a notice in about 50 words. Write a notice in about 50 words advising the residents to store water for a day. To store water for a day. Full stop. You are Karan Kumar. You are Karan Kumar / Karuna. You are Karan Kumar / Karuna. Secretary. So your designation, your name has come, your designation has come. Next, Janata Group Housing Society. What is this? On the organization name, you are supposed to write this. Janata Group Housing Society. Palm Vihar. P-A-L-A-M. Sorry, Palam Vihar. P-A-L-A-M. Palam Vihar. So this is like an address. So the organization you may write Janata Grouping Housing Society, Palam Vihar. Done? So just quickly draft. Let me see. Or should I give a sample? Should I give a sample? Double-minded. Yeah. Then start to write Janata Group Housing Society, Palam Vihar. Janata Group, organization name. Janata Group Housing Society, Palam Vihar. 1 or 2 lines you can use. Dear, are you not writing? Where you are writing? Don't you have notebook? This is unfair. You're supposed to write somewhere. Why if you copy it down right now? Okay, anyhow. So organization name, did you write? What did you write? Janata Group Housing Society, Palam Vihar. Over. Then next line, notice. N-O-T-I-C-E in capital letter. Then again left side close to the margin. 1st March 2025 or 26 or 20XX. Left side corner. 1st March, 2025 or something. So here, it's like a caution message, isn't it? So you can put the title as attention. Attention. Not everywhere attention. Such a type of cases you can use. Attention. Title as attention. Attention. A-T-T-E-N-T-I-O-N. As you wish. No problem. It is not mandatory. You are supposed to write full cap. Then coming to the content. This notice is to inform. Notice date 1st March 2026. Title is attention. This notice is to inform. This notice is to inform all the residents. This notice is to inform all the residents regarding the suspension of water supply regarding the suspension of water supply. Regarding the suspension of water supply for 8 hours. Suspension of water supply for 8 hours, full stop. It's being done to clean the water tank. It's being done to clean the water tank. It's been done to clean the water tank. Full stop. The details are as follows. The details are as follows. The details are as follows. Full stop. Date. Leave one line and write date. 6th March 2025. Next line, time 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Next line, thus we request you to store the required amount of water. Thus we request you to store the required amount of water. The required amount of water beforehand. The required amount of water beforehand to minimize the difficulty. To minimize the difficulty. Okay. Now leave one line and write Karuna Kumar or Karunya something. Secretary inside the bracket. Secretary. So now you enclose the writings with a box. So please go through several samples. Each one you can find the information in different ways. So it will help you to crack the question properly. Not everything needs the same pattern. So please go through several samples. Okay, fine. I actually wanted to complete the photograph also, but there is no time.